Welcome to Orange County Realtors, Rexpo 2020. Visit our webpage at ocrealtors.org/Rexpo for our program. Speakers, virtual exhibit halls, swag bag, and benefits. Thank you to our co-hosting associations. Our lineup of speakers and sponsors for the day.
So Orange County Realtors really works hard to provide a wide variety of training, from learning how to work with buyers, learning how to work with sellers, learning how to negotiate, learning how to run an ethical business.
I could be at any board of realtors, but I want to be somewhere that helps my business grow. And they look for that. They look to provide the resources, the affiliates, the training.
You're not just helping people buy a building. You're helping them achieve the American dream by becoming a homeowner. The Orange County District Attorney's Office is committed to protecting those dreams, just like you.
Community partnership with the realtors in Orange County and law enforcement is extremely important because we work collaboratively together to make sure issues are resolved. Orange County is and has always been a desirable place for people to want to move to, and we want to keep it that way, and that's why it's important to always work together.
I've always told new realtors, no matter what, look every day and see what is available to you as a member, because there's always something on the calendar for you to attend. Education is the key to being a successful realtor.
While there are many associations that one may consider, there are none that offer as many services and benefits to its members than the Orange County Realtors. It's a great group. It's the only one you want to be a part of.
Now our global panel, Leveling the Playing Field, with Global PropTech.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Turner, and I'm Entrepreneur in Residence with NAR Reach and Second Century Ventures. And it is my pleasure to be here this morning to help moderate a conversation between Lynette Kiowski and Tyler Thompson on leveling the global playing field with technology. And first, let me introduce people who I call my friends and also co-workers. Lynette Kiowski is the former CEO of the Okanagan Association of Realtors up in Canada, and currently a managing director for Reach Canada, part of our global expansion into technology space around the world. And Tyler Thompson is managing partner at Second Century Ventures. He describes himself as an entrepreneur and adventurer in his LinkedIn description. And I can tell you, he's one of those people whose LinkedIn description actually matches his personality. So welcome this morning, guys. It's always great to sit and have a conversation with you. This morning, we're going to do one publicly, openly for everyone to hear.
Thanks,
so
Jeff.
if you want to add anything to your introduction, just let me know. Awesome.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are unfamiliar, Second Century Ventures is a wholly owned subsidiary of the National Association of Realtors. It was started specifically to create investment opportunities that benefit the members of the National Association of Realtors. Tyler, I would like you to very, very quickly just explain that this one key limitation of Second Century Ventures investment philosophy that I think everyone needs to understand. And then we'll talk a little bit about Reach, but I want to ask an intro question to both of you before we get started.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think this is a key differentiator, something that we're proud of. Beyond being a traditional venture fund and looking for great investments, our real mission is to ensure that we're being proactive in terms of finding and investing in the best technologies that keep realtors at the center of the real estate transaction. So that's really our primary mission, is to make sure that we're investing in those technologies and then helping shepherd those technologies through the real estate vertical to ensure realtors' place at the table.
I view that as more of a creative constraint than a limitation. I don't know,
Absolutely.
Lynn, I don't know how you feel about that. I'm assuming you feel the same way.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I talking about creative constraints. So for those of you who don't know, I live here in Southern California. I take my long hikes on Saturday mornings. This Saturday morning, after we had our planning call, I was listening to a TED Radio Hour podcast with Esther Perel, who's a Belgian psychotherapist. And I want to address sort of the elephant in the room in every conversation that's taking place right now. And that has to do with the pandemic and what's going to be happening in every aspect of business relative to our reaction to this pandemic. And she said something near the end of this TED Radio Hour that I want to read the quote. And then I want both Tyler and Lynette to react to it relative to how technology is going to be impacted by this. She said, I think what a pandemic does for work and for personal is it rearranges your priorities. A pandemic is an accelerator. Every disaster is an accelerator of relationships. It's an accelerator because it brings mortality to the forefront, or loss of job as well. And at the moment, you basically say, hold on one second, I'm getting some message. We can go 5 minutes longer this morning. And at that moment, you basically say, what am I waiting for? I'm going to go do what's really important. So I actually think that there's going to be a burst of creativity as well, where people are going to say, I can't do this traditional route anymore. So I think there's going to be people saying, I studied something, I prepared myself, or I worked very hard, and I hoped that I would climb these ladders and all of that. And if the promise of the traditional system doesn't hold, then I can go try something completely different. There's a rearranging of priorities and a reach for the essence that accompanies situations of disaster. And I know we've had conversations with the companies that are in this year's class, because Lynette, you're witnessing it from afar. Tyler, you've been a part of us having to rearrange our own priorities relative to this class. How do you think this pandemic is going to play into future technologies and the adoption of technology, especially as it relates to the global space?
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that. I have been so impressed with the level of creativity that I've seen over the past several months. And not just from the technology companies themselves, but from realtor members who are now open to operating in a different way and utilizing technology in a different way. So I love the fact that we talk about this, the ability to have this burst of creativity during a time like this. Like anything is possible, and it needs to be, because we have to operate in a different fashion. And we've seen some of our current companies in the Reach class have incredible pivots to address what's going on in the world. Been really proud of them. But again, I see as much creativity on the practitioner side with realtors in terms of how they've embraced technology. And it's one of the reasons that we've seen such high productivity during the pandemic, which is just unbelievable considering everything that's gone on. You see the rates of home sales around the country, and I've been incredibly impressed. So I think that you see it on both sides with practitioners and with the technology companies themselves. And I'm really excited about it. I know with our business, and Jeff and Lynette have seen this, we've had to make a number of changes. And a number of the changes have been for the good of the program overall. They're things that we'll continue to do regardless of how we're operating next year or the year beyond that. So I love the line about this burst of creativity and really the possibility that anything is possible, that we can think in a different way to achieve some of our objectives.
Lynette, do you think there's something unique about this sort of
context of, we're seeing creativity really amp up on the technology side, but also on the practitioner side. And I think, it comes back to Esther's quote, right? And it's really a bit of the human spirit is we often don't feel the need to move until we have to, right? And so and I know both of you, Jeff and Tyler, have had this experience where it's like, well, if we would just adopt this technology, everything would be so much easier. And how do we get realtors to adopt technology? I was on a panel just on Friday with, around sort of that broker conversation around how do we get realtors to adopt? And it's really in these times when you have a need, right? And so one of the things that I loved about the pandemic on the real estate side was the consumers never stopped purchasing homes. People,
right.
There was a little bit of a lull, but that demand just kind of backed up against the line. And then when everybody kind of figured out it was okay, those floodgates opened, and that's where the market had to respond to that demand. So to your point, Tyler, when you said, it required practitioners to get really creative. They had a need. They had a consumer that wanted to consume real estate. And yet we had this constraint from a societal point of view that said, but you have to do it in a different way because you can't do it in those traditional ways. And so around this whole notion of acceleration, what we've really seen, or what I've experienced, is sort of an acceleration of those trends that were kind of trickling in, right? All of the visual, the AV, the 3D visualization, the virtual open houses, all of a sudden those had to come to the forefront really, really fast. And I think it's because people just don't have time anymore, right? They are reprioritizing what's important to me. Purchasing a home and moving into a space that I want is really important to me now in a pandemic because I want to live in a great space if this is kind of where the world is coming to. And so I'm going to find a way to consume it. And I think, this period of time has allowed this creativity to come forward, but I think it's a little bit because people now have that need to do it, right? They have that compelling need.
Yeah. It's funny, the technology, the whole promise of technology was that it levels the playing field. So it's a little bit odd it seems almost redundant to talk about technology and leveling the playing field. Isn't that supposed to be the dream of all technology? To level the playing field to an extent, to provide people with equal access?
That is the dream. Unfortunately, when people are developing technology, at least in the beginning, it was to kind of the highest bidder, right? So you have big companies with big budgets that can afford it. I think what we've seen over the last several years is technology being developed for the independent agent or broker, right? For the small guy. And again, I think this is where you can kind of punch above your weight class from a technological perspective, which is something, and again, when you look at kind of the universe of practitioners, of realtors, this is where technology needed to come. It just took a bit of time to get here.
Well, there's been a fear of, well, let's talk about what we're doing right now. I mean, we're sitting in a conference experience completely distant from one another. Now, I will say that personally, this conference experience is not the conference experience I'm used to, but we have seen significant increase in the number of people who've been able to attend conferences as a result of this virtual experience. And on a one-on-one basis, in some senses, there's even a higher level of intimacy. I can see you interacting with your kids. I see you in your home. I see the space that you live. There's almost an increased intimacy. What do you think is going to remain from a technology standpoint when this is all said and done?
I can lean into that. I think, from my point of view, I think, when it comes to technology and leveling the playing field, I think, technology isn't what levels the playing field. It's how people interact with and engage with technology that levels the playing field, right? And so, Zoom was here. We're on Zoom today, right? It was here before a pandemic ever happened. I would say probably categorically, we're all way more comfortable in this environment today than we were 3 months ago, right? And so it's because we've all embraced it. We've had to embrace it to engage in what we do every day, but that's a choice you make, right? And I think just like all of the great tech that's being developed, when it begins to level the playing field is when you get kind of that critical mass comfortable enough to say, hey, this is something that is actually beneficial. It's lending value to whatever experience I'm having, right? And we're talking about, the home buying transaction, right? If it's adding additional value, reducing cost, enhancing value proposition, that is what will level the playing field, is when people choose to adopt it kind of en masse. And, I don't think we should see that as a bad thing, and I just want to sort of layer on, an observation I've had for a number of years. As a former association CEO, I have this conversation constantly with the broker community, right? It's not up to you as the association to deliver technology. That's my job, because otherwise you're going to level the playing field for all of us.
Right.
And what I discovered is it didn't matter what we delivered at the association level. It didn't matter what any one of those individual brokers adopted. And to Tyler's point, even the independents, it depended more on how much they invested in training, support, and ongoing requirement that the technology get used and interfaced to enhance the experience than it ever did about who delivered the technology. So I think, again, it's not about, the promise of technology is to level the playing field, but it's really about how we choose to engage with it that will ever get us there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true of Zoom too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we see it every single day. I see people who are really, really, really comfortable in this environment and who end up using it in a way that's way more effective. Same technology, different behaviors.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going to add a couple of things. I think some of what will stick, as Lynette mentioned, are some of the technologies that make the entire kind of transaction a little more efficient. So digital closings, remote online notarization, some of the things that have seen massive adoption during the course of the pandemic. But I think the thing I'm most excited about, and I'll still align from our friends at BombBomb, is kind of the rehumanizing of our relationships. I've seen people, despite the distance and the fact that we're not physically together, have more meaningful relationships with their coworkers, their partners, with people in the industry, with their clients and their customers. And so I think there's some great technology that allows us to have better, more meaningful, real relationships with people. That Zoom is one of those. Being able to look at someone's face and people being able to participate in these conferences you mentioned that haven't had the opportunity in the past. So we're kind of expanding the network there and the ability for people to really connect in a different way.
I think that's probably more true for people who are in this global real estate community, who are doing transactions across great distances. The ability to improve the efficiency of that transaction in a touchless kind of way does allow them to refocus on these kinds of conversations and to utilize these tools in even more meaningful ways, especially on the global side. Now, let's segue a little bit, because we even though we have a little bit more time this morning than we were allotted, we still have a limited amount of time. Let's talk a little bit about why we made the decision to expand the REACH program globally and what the benefits are of being able to take a look at technologies that are developed in different cultures and in different real estate environments. How does that specifically impact the U.S. market from a technology standpoint and the global real estate technology market?
Right. Yeah. So honestly, for us, what we found was that by looking at technologies and teams in other geographies, we were getting major breakthroughs in terms of just big thinking, right? In the US, we're conditioned to operate a certain way. Sometimes we feel like we have some walls that we have to operate within. When you get into other geographies where they transact in a different manner, you have the opportunity for really innovative things to be created. And by accident, we started seeing great technologies from other places. Emovir being the first global partner that we brought into the REACH program, German-based company. A few years back, Jeff is quite familiar with them, and so. Great company. And then we started seeing little companies from Australia that were really grabbing our attention, like Rate My Agent and Active Pipe and Box Brownie, et cetera. So we started taking a closer look around the globe and found just incredible technologies that were doing really well in those specific geographies that we thought might have legs in the US at some point. We believe a couple of things. Technology has no borders, right? The right technology can play in a number of markets. The other thing is we believe that by raising the bar around the globe in terms of global real estate and our partnerships with our partners around the world, that we make real estate better in the US as well. Mm-hmm. So really our global expansion was to ensure that we had a foothold in these other geographies, that we're seeing these technologies early enough on where we can have some sway in terms of the direction and have a seat at the table and making sure that, again, they keep these practitioners, realtors specifically, at the center of the transaction. And then for those that make sense, we can kind of move them across borders into other geographies.
But you're involved in that. Congratulations, by the way, on the launch of REACH Canada. You and your team are doing a fabulous job, by the way. But you're in the midst of finalizing the selection of your first cohort for the REACH Canada Accelerator. Talk a little bit about what differentiates one piece of technology in your mind, especially as it relates to how does it impact the realtor on the ground?
Yeah, it's, I mean, as you know, Jeff, I mean, it's really the lens we look through, right, in terms of really evaluating companies. I mean, there are a couple of lenses that we really look through, but, just around sort of Tyler's commentary about, technology not having any borders. I think, while that's true, I think sometimes those people those of us, right, and I'll put myself in that camp, having been part of the industry for so many years, often perceive that there are borders when it comes to technology, right? Piece of tech is developed in this jurisdiction around certain parameters, and it depends what the solution is. But therefore, when it immerses into another jurisdiction, it has to be completely recalibrated and rebuilt and become something else. And I've just never fundamentally believed that's true. And so, what's so exciting to me in the role that I have the opportunity to play right now, with bringing the REACH program to Canada, is to identify the fact that it's not that technology has borders, it's that we put these borders up in our mind, and we're trying to solve the same problems, we're just solving them in a different context, right? And so what we can create in Canada is 100% applicable in the US, as it is in the UK, as it is in Australia. And it's really around, do we understand the structure that it's being built in well enough so that we can transfer it across borders? And so what we're seeing, and I wish I could start talking about some of the companies we're bringing in, because we are seeing some solutions, built in Canada solutions, that are either emerging into or already well embedded in the US, that have really been created with a Canadian mindset. And so it's adding value in the US because there are some unique differences in Canada when it comes to legislation, in particular in the financial industry, right? And I think this is another piece we're seeing is, a bit of a merger or a consolidation of the intersection between real estate, financial services, insurance, right? We're seeing that across the entire globe, I would say, in different ways. And I think that's what's so exciting for me is, to Tyler's point, can some of the solutions that we're finding being made in Canada, with that kind of Canadian perspective, really lend value to that industry in the US as it could in the UK and Australia? And reciprocally, what solutions are being developed there that can lend value to us? And while I can't talk about any of of the cohort that we hope to have on yet, because we're not finished and official. Some of the things that I love seeing in the Reach family are the integrations of some of those portfolio companies from different places in the world,
Yeah, I
right?
love
We've
that
had a
too.
couple of examples of that recently where, solutions developed in Australia are integrating with solutions developed in the US. And I think that's where, I'm really excited about seeing a lot more of that magic happen over the number of years, is when we can bring those minds together in this collective ecosystem to really truly start to demonstrate that there are no borders around technology globally.
How should team leaders, Tyler, how should brokers, independent brokers, team leaders, agents be utilizing similar ways of thinking when they're evaluating what technology to use? I mean, in light of the fact that you sort of need to get over this notion that I'm not going to go tell anyone about this new technology I found because I feel like this technology is the differentiator. Beyond that, how do we go about, what would your advice be in helping them select emerging technologies to test and try?
First, they really need to embrace kind of the opportunity now. Jeff, you mentioned at the beginning, people educating themselves, taking courses online, doing things that they haven't had time for, just weren't paying attention to. There are really a number of opportunities, going to these shows and participating in Reach's Insight panel. And towards the end, we'll talk about that, but kind of seeing what's coming down the pipe and paying attention to that. We spend a lot of time looking at well over 1,000 companies every year around the globe, and a lot of vetting goes into the companies we choose to participate in Reach. And there's some other incredible companies beyond that as well. But really, it's kind of engaging in the process, right? And being a part of the community. We still find wherever we go, and Jeff does this quite a bit, that people don't know much about what we do at Reach or Second Century Ventures. But the fact is, we want to be a resource for everyone in the realtor community, right? Let us help you find those great technologies. Let us help introduce you to them and educate you as to what they do, who they are, et cetera. Really, we're pretty good at this now, and we have a good track record with over 100 companies globally in the portfolio, a number of the companies that you use on a daily basis to run your business. And so this is something that we want to engage members in. Really, it's be a part of what we do, participate in our mentor program, participate in the Insight panel. There are a number of ways to kind of engage in the community itself.
I think there is a general misunderstanding, or not just a misunderstanding, a complete lack of understanding about Second Century Ventures and where it sits in the real estate ecosystem. I have a great fondness for 1000 Watt and the work they do in consulting, but they're pretty vocal sometimes about speaking out that NAR shouldn't be involved in technology in any way. And then, 2 weeks later, they'll write a little article. I remember very clearly them writing an article about their 10 favorite new technologies. 5 of them were Second Century Venture-backed and Reach companies. So I think we do have a significant role to play in real estate technology, specifically because of this creative constraint that we've placed upon ourselves. It helps us, in my opinion, create a better filter for the kinds of technologies that are being presented out into the marketplace. So talk a little bit about the Insight panel and how people can get involved with that, because I think it'll expose them to these technologies that can help them level the playing field.
Yeah, the Insight panel is essentially a group of roughly 60,000 realtors that are forward-thinking and progressive and interested in innovation and new technologies, and essentially get a sneak peek, a peek behind the curtain as to what our companies are doing, what they're developing. And really what we ask in return is we want some real meaningful feedback, right? Brutally honest feedback. Does the concept resonate? Is the messaging right? Does it look good? I mean, honestly, this is an opportunity to engage with practitioners in a way that really kind of shapes the direction of a number of these companies in terms of messaging and features and pricing and a number of other things.
We've seen companies completely shift direction when the feedback from the realtor community is you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
Right.
We like the basis of your technology. There's some cool stuff here, quote unquote, but you're not really solving my problem. We've seen those pivots happen mid-year inside of the Reach Accelerator.
Absolutely. So You go to our website, nar/reach.com, and you can sign up for the Insight Panel. That's a great way. There's also, if you're interested in being a mentor, you can reach out, and there's a bit of a process in terms of applying there, but that's another great way to get to know these companies in a speed dating format. So yeah, those are some of the great ways to go about engaging. And again, I think I love where we are in what's going on. It's one of the benefits of what we've experienced over the last several months, but people are open now to really embracing technologies and educating themselves. And we've been really appreciative of that.
If I could just add to that, Jeff, I think, one of the other places, coming back to Tyler's comment around community, right? Is, it's a two-way road, right? So we definitely want realtors to engage with us to provide feedback to companies. But one of the awesome experiences we've had up here is actually having the realtor community refer companies or solutions to us to say, these are really great solutions. They're great pieces of tech. And it's a bit flies in that face of, this is my differentiator. This is, I don't want anybody else to know about this. But I think really what this period of time maybe has made more apparent to the practitioner, the realtor community, is tech companies need a lot of support to continue to be really great tech companies and to continue to grow into great tech companies and evolve the solution that they're providing. And so we've had a number of companies introduced to us from the realtor family. And what I love about that is this is already self-selecting the type of technology that the practitioner sees as being valuable. And so that's really beneficial to us in terms of validating. So, one of your earlier questions was, how do you pick a great tech company, right? Well, there's no better way to pick a tech company than to have a referral from the very marketplace that they're trying to address. And, I think, again, because of the unique nature of Second Center Ventures in the REACH program, it's the best referral that we can have is from that realtor community. So
yeah, there's a question coming in, and Tyler, you touched on it briefly. We're going to do it again. The question was, where do we go to get involved in what Second Century Ventures does? So I'm going to give you this link. It's nar-reach.com, and if you click on the menu, you can go to the Insight Panel. There's different places you could go, but the Insight Panel for us is a really significant benefit to the technology companies. It allows a multitude of feedback to come from different practitioners in different areas of the country, and in fact, all around the world as we expand globally, to help them better understand, am I hitting the nail on the head with how my technology is solving this process? So that's the specific place to go, nar-reach.com. And then if you can't find what you're looking for there, send me an email to jturner@scv.vc, and I'll find the right person to answer your question for you.
Great.
Just some closing comments. We've got a couple of words left that we can get. But Lynette, you're like in this really, cool space right now. I mean, I smile every time I see the emails come across about the next step that you're taking towards launching this next REACH Canada class. Sort of close us out with your thought on what's the benefit to REACH Australia, REACH Canada, and the soon-to-be launched REACH UK? What should the National Association of Realtors, and specifically the Orange County Association of Realtors Global Community, take away from this expansion?
Yeah, I think it's such a great question, Jeff. And I think one that's been, sort of top of mind for me in Canada because we're so close to the US, right? And because so many of the solutions that practitioners employ in Canada are the same ones that are available in the US, but yet not, right? Yeah. I think the beautiful thing about this is there are a lot of tech companies in Canada that, despite the fact that I've been in the industry for, 12, 13 years, hadn't heard of them, and they've been around for a bit, right? Yeah. And so it's really about expanding kind of that opportunity across the board, because the solutions that are developed in Canada, again, don't necessarily need to be native to Canada. And so this expansion really allows that aperture to be opened to the widest degree possible, to the benefit of everybody that transacts real estate, whether you're in Orange County or you're in Wisconsin or you're in New York City. It provides an opportunity to be exposed to solutions that could work in your world. And so what I love about it is we can add value to that. And it puts that brand and that global approach on the radar in those local jurisdictions as well, right? So the fact that we have a Reach Canada entity puts us on the map in Canada, which expands that network and expands that community, through the real estate practitioner, but through the capital that's being invested, through the ancillary verticals that are associated with real estate, so that we're adding. I always say it's like the 1 + 1 = 3 equation, or it's the rising tides raise all boats. That's really what this expansion is from my perspective. It's just, it's more and better.
Awesome. Well, let me close this out, one, by saying thank you to both of you for engaging in a nice, quality, open conversation. And the final question that came through was, what are the products companies to keep an eye on in terms of evolving tools for realtors? I would encourage you to use that exact same link. Go to nar-reach.com, click on our portfolio of companies. You'll be able to go through and take a look at each one of these companies that we've spent an awful lot of time vetting and putting through the process of determining, is this a company that can have benefit to the realtor community, and then make your own decision. Thank you both so much for giving us this opportunity to get your insight. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks.
Welcome, Camille Rose Soler.
Hey, what's up, Rexpo? Your coach Camille Rose here. Very, very excited to be with you all this morning. Hello, hello. I don't get to interact with you, so this is a little new to me. So be patient with me as we go through today's session. I'm really excited to talk about this topic. So we've got exactly 30 minutes together, so I'm going to maximize my time with you. I might go a little fast because, just to be super honest, this is something I teach, and it usually takes me an hour to 2 hours, sometimes even 3 hours when we're going through questions. So I've got an action-packed session for you today. And before we get started, I just want to say I'm so grateful to Zippy. Shout out to Zippy from OC Realtors for just being the mastermind woman behind helping me to coordinate with you all today. And also shout out to George and Soon, all the people in the background who have been setting up this live feed. So if you're listening, you're watching, go ahead and give them a clap because there's a lot of people who went into today's production. I always want to give gratitude to that. So with that said, let's get started. I'm Coach Camille Rose. I have a company called The Ultimate Life. That's LYFE, stands for Live Your Fullest Every Day. And I'm a peak performance coach and leadership strategist for real estate professionals like you, CEOs, entrepreneurs, and business owners. And as you can kind of see right here, my main focus is that 80% of psychology. So my background is in psychology. I trained to be a therapist for many years, but the hospital setting really wasn't my calling. But helping people unlock maybe what they were going through mentally really was. And I actually love leadership. So one of the things I did was kind of combine those two passions. And then here I am today as your executive coach. So without further ado, let's get into developing a mindset of creativity and confidence during times of chaos. So in today's coaching session, we're going to cover a lot. So the first thing is I want to help you understand the chaos that distracts you. So as I mentioned, as your peak performance coach for the next 30 minutes, I'm focusing on your mindset here. And I'm going to give you some tools and strategies and tactics to help you. But I want you to really get into the psychology of this first, because as most of you know, most of business is all here. You could Google most of these tactics. You can Google what the updates are, what the different ways to use your MLS, how to promote on Facebook ads and use your CRM. But what stops you from getting those things done? Well, typically your mental game. And so that's what I'm going to be helping you with today. Second thing we're going to cover is how to defeat those enemies to your creativity, your confidence, and your focus as you build your business. Now, I want you to pay attention. I use words very specifically and intentionally. So I use the word enemy because anything that takes you away from your goal, from your mission, from what you're trying to accomplish for you and your family, that is an enemy to the vision you have for your life. So I want you to get really clear on that because we're going to make sure that we keep the enemy out of our camp, okay? The next thing is I'm going to help you develop a bulletproof mindset in any economy. So as you all know, 2020 has been one heck of a year so far, right? It just kind of seems like one thing after the other. And while there are a lot of people who've been suffering, maybe you have been as well during the season, I also work with a lot of business owners and real estate agents who are absolutely thriving right now. I mean, interest rates have never been lower, competition is really intense, but the difference maker is the mindset of those who are succeeding and those who are not succeeding. So for those who are succeeding, what are they doing differently? How are they thinking about things differently? How are they able to see all of the opportunity and not get caught up in the stress of the chaos and the uncertainty of this time? And I'm going to help you with some of those tools today. And then finally, I'll give you some concrete steps on how to create massive success for the last, well, at this point now, maybe 3 months of 2020. And by the way, we've got exactly from today 109 days left in the year. Imagine that you got 100 days of ultimate focus that you can do right now. And I'm hoping that these tools will be able to get you that laser focus that you really need. All right. And I know that we're going to be taking some questions. There may be an email or a text message number that you can text. So if so, go ahead and ask questions throughout the session. And if we have some time at the end, I'll be getting some of your questions and I'll be answering those for you. Because I know I'm going to go really fast, but I'll be checking my phone to make sure I answer any of the questions that come through. And before we get started, I want to give you a quick note-taking tip for today, just because I'm going to be going so quickly. So the first one, remember, a distracted mind is built from a distraction-filled environment. So I want you to get super real with yourself. Right now, in this moment, what do you need to eliminate from your environment so you can stay focused for the next 30 minutes? I'm telling you right now, you will not get the most of this session if you're trying to do 20 things at once, which I get. It's a busy Monday. They're like, Camille, I got clients I got to text back, though. I got emails to get to. But if that's the case, you will not get all the juice out of this moment. So this next 30 minutes is just for you. Minimize any extra windows that you don't need. Turn your phone upside down. 30 minutes for you. I promise you, it may be the game changer you need for the rest of these 100 days, all right? And the other thing to get you a little bit more engaged, I call it #THH. So that stands for that hit home. So if I say anything in today's session that really hits home for you, it hits your heart, you're like, ooh, that message was for me, Camille, I've been going through that, then I want you to write down on your notepad or wherever you're typing your notes, #THH, and write that sentence, write that phrase that I just said, and I want you to circle it. The reason is I want you to get very good at paying attention to the messages that are meant for you. And that's one really cool tool to just help you highlight your notes from the day so that you don't have to go through it all and be like, I don't even know what to pick out of this. So use #THH if a message hits home for you. Okay. So one thing I want you to know at the beginning of this is whenever I'm coaching somebody, I remind them that focus is about eliminating distractions. Now, often when people think about focus, they're like, well, Camille, I just, I have shiny object syndrome. I can't stay focused. I'm not disciplined enough. Now, that's not necessarily true. You actually have great focus. But the question is, are you really focused on the right things? Because maybe you have great focus when it comes to a certain thing for a short period of time. So one of the easiest ways for entrepreneurs, especially and business owners, realtors with very busy lives to stay focused, do the opposite. Look at what distracts you and start eliminating that from your environment. Hence why today I said, if you've got an extra window open, maybe social media is kind of pulling at you, you want to be on Facebook, eliminate it. That's your first step in this practice of focus. Not to become more disciplined, but get rid of the things in your environment that are taking your discipline away. Okay. Now, one of the tools that I use at the beginning of every session, if you've never seen me before, this is going to be new to you, but if you're used to me, shout out to you who have seen me coach before, you know this tool very well. But I tell every leader I work with that we must posture our heart before we position our focus. The reason being is, have you ever worked with somebody who was in a really sour mood? Or you could tell they just were not into the conversation. They're saying all the right things, but you could just sense that their heart's in the wrong place, or they're angry at you, or they're bitter, or something's going on. Well, that communication probably wasn't very helpful in that moment, or you didn't come out of that conversation feeling very good. So you'll be doing that often with your clients, with your family, with your spouse, if you're not careful. So how do we posture our heart before we start working? This is what we do. It's called Go Big. BIG stands for begin in gratitude. So I'm going to take just 10 seconds right now. What I want you to do, write down on your piece of paper right now, or type in your laptop, what is something you are extremely grateful for in this moment? Write that down. Who or what are you extremely grateful for right now? I'll give you 10 seconds. Write it down. You've got 5 more seconds. Who or what are you extremely grateful for right now? 3 more seconds. 2, 1. Awesome. And this is the fastest and most effective and efficient way to just switch the posture of your heart. If you're walking into a client meeting today and you're like, ugh, I really don't want to deal with this person, or I don't want to talk to this vendor, or I don't want to deal with this appraiser, these are just common things that I hear, then one way to start posturing your heart before you engage in that conversation is just ask yourself, okay, what am I grateful for in this moment? It is such a powerful tool. So my challenge to each one of you, go big before every call, every meeting, every time you wake up, before your team meetings, before you call your client today. So go big. Thank you for doing that. All right, so now let's get into understanding the enemy to your confidence and creativity. Plus, we're going to talk about the chaos that distracts you. So because this year has been so intense, it's been a true test of your resilience as a business owner, as a leader for your clients, maybe even as a leader for your family. You know, you might be thinking, Camille, this has been a really tough year. I don't know how to stay confident. I'm really uncertain about what the economy is going to look like. I didn't even know that realtors were going to be deemed essential. We didn't know if we were going to be able to do open houses. It's been really scary. So today I'm going to help you refocus on the things you can control. And this is not just for 2020. This is for everything moving forward, because I guarantee you from here on out, business will look different. There will be no going back to normal. There might be a sense of normalcy, but everybody will be reevaluating how they do business. Even this virtual conference right now, I did not expect or plan at the beginning of this year I'd be talking to you virtually, literally talking into just this little camera, having this microphone in my face instead of being on a stage, being able to see all your amazing faces and feel your energy. So different. And so I've had to even adapt my tools and my own skills to this new economy. And that's how I've been able to grow and build still during this time. But you have to understand what the enemy is that's trying to attack you during this season. So the first thing I want you to know is this. The enemy to your confidence and creativity is this big old thing right here, your comfort zone. All of us like it, right? Sweatpants, being at home. I like doing the same thing. I know my vendors. I know my CRM. I know how to talk to clients when it's in person. And I know how to host an open house when it's in person, and I don't have to do virtual stuff. You know, I know how to do all that. But that's also the enemy to your confidence and your creativity. Why? Because actually the magic happens right in this little space, right outside of your comfort zone. And it's a very small area because you have to learn to be resilient. You've had no choice in this season. You've had to learn to pivot. Oh, Camille, I've never done a virtual conference before. I don't know how to organize people in this way. So this is where all the magic happens. This is where you get to a whole new level of yourself, but it's scary. Right? This unknown, look how nice and comfortable this is, Camille. I want to be back here. I'm tired of being out here. But I'm telling you, even though this is small and it seems scary, I want to teach you today how you can really maximize this time. Because this right here, this is 2020. This will probably be a little bit of 2021 as well. Maybe a lot of it of 2021. So I want you to go in prepared and ready to start flexing that muscle of your confidence and creativity. This is the greatest opportunity that you have right now. So I want you to quickly reflect for me. What do you notice distracts you the most when you're working? So you're working, and then you're like, oh, I want to go on social media. Or you know what? I want to go eat something. Or I'm going to go downstairs and putter around the house, right? So let's get real. What distracts you the most when you're working? Oh, and by the way, if you want a copy of this PDF, I don't know, maybe the team will be sending this to you, but if not, I'll be putting my contact information at the end. You can certainly email me and I can send you this PDF in case, because I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. All right. So what do you notice distracts you the most when you're working? Maybe it's your phone, maybe it's client calls. Write that down. Next, what do you think of when you are anxious, worried, or stressed? Now, I know you probably don't want to go to that moment right now. Right now, Camille, I'm very stressed. So what are you thinking about? Well, is this client going to call me back? Is the deal going to fall through? Well, what's going to be the next issue? Pay attention to that. Because what you think about in times when you're triggered, when your fight or flight goes into action, that actually is what you are starting to create in your life. And so I want you to get a real good hold, a lot of clarity on where your mind automatically goes by default. All right. And so now I want to give you the top 3 things that what I call chaotic causes of your distraction and stress. So these are, other than your own questions in your mind, these are 3 things I find is most common that tends to pull you away from focus. So the first one is called asking poor primary questions. Please jot that down. Now, I'm going to explain what a primary question is, but as a coach, what this tells me when I ask you, what question is this person asking during times of stress, tells me your story about the situation, where your focus is, and what lens or perspective you are seeing this from. The cool thing about this is we can change all of that. These are all modifiable pieces. We can shift your story, we can shift your focus, and we can shift the lens in which you're looking at something and change then how you approach that situation. But when you have a poor primary question that you're asking yourself by default, it leads to very poor results and then a very poor life. And I don't think any one of you are here watching this because you want a poor business, because you want to live a poor life. In fact, you want the opposite. You want that wealth, not just financial, but of time, freedom, energy, of peace in your heart, less pressure. Then we got to switch the questions that you ask yourself. All right. Number 2, the things that are causing your distraction is something I call a lack of time mastery. Please write this down. Lack of time mastery. Notice I did not say time management. There are lots of really great courses and books you can read on time management. I know a lot of real estate specific coaches will talk about time management and time blocking, and those are great tools to have. However, as a mindset coach, I take one step behind that, and I'm looking at time mastery. And what this tells me is you are either living a life of default and not a life of design. Again, I'll explain all of this in a second. Your calendar actually does not reflect your values, something that I talk about first thing with clients. What are your values? Okay, then we need to start making time for that because your calendar is something you should live and die by. I don't know how any of y'all get through the day without looking at your calendar. I don't even know what's happening right after this session if it wasn't on my Google Calendar. And why I do that is because it has to be out of my head and into a system. Out of my head and into a system. Because very often you're suffering from decision fatigue. And so I want to clear the space in your mind so it has room to make the decisions that matter. Often you don't even have enough energy or bandwidth to make the decisions that matter. So you get snappy with your clients, snappy with your spouse, snappy with your kids. And that's because we haven't taken stuff out of your head and put it into a system. So that's what that is. And then lastly, it tells me that we need to strengthen those boundaries. Maybe you're letting too many people take up your time. Things that aren't important. Maybe you're saying yes to everything, and unfortunately, you're saying no to something potentially really great. A mentor of mine would always tell me, Camille, you have to learn to say no to the good so you can say yes to the great. Learn to say no to the good so you can say yes to the great. And that is a practice in faith, my friend, because there's a lot of times where you're looking at things like, well, it's kind of good. I guess I should say yes to this. Maybe it's a good opportunity. But there is a way to learn in time mastery when I'm teaching on that with a client that you have to use that 90% rule. A book I want to recommend to you really quick, if you haven't read it, Essentialism by Greg McKeown. Phenomenal book. He talks about it. in this book as well, but the 90% rule is basically you rate this decision on a scale of 1 to 100. 100 being absolutely heck yes, no doubt in my mind, I'm going for it. This is aligned with my values. Obviously, 1 being a 0. If something does not score 90 or above, don't do it. Now, that's a very different way of thinking. However, that's time mastery. All right. And then the last thing that's causing your distraction and stress, please write this down: valuing busyness over stillness. And what this tells me as a coach is two very simple things. If you are wearing a badge of honor because you're so busy and then you have no time for stillness, then that tells me that you undervalue rest, play, and pause. Rest, play, and pause. Like, how often, right, especially here in the United States, do we go around saying like, hey, how are you today? Oh gosh, I'm so busy. And yes, that might be true, but we also kind of say it with this like, oh, good. That's good then that you're busy. And I want to help you shift that, because it should be to the point where now you create such a great process and system in your business, you actually have time for stillness, and why stillness is so crucial for your creativity and confidence building. Because when there's chaos, if everything is so busy right now, the person with the power, the person with the most influence, is the one who can stay steady in the storm, the one who can stay calm in all of the chaos. But that is a practice, my friend. So that is something I want you to write down. This is also causing you to get distracted, is we might wear this busyness as a badge of honor. And actually, I want you to say that, yeah, I've actually had time to sleep and rest this weekend. And now that is the new badge of honor, is the person who sleeps 8 to 9 hours a night, right? Okay. And the last one is your environment. Maybe your environment is not rigged for success. There's too much clutter. There are lots of things in your office that are taking you away from exact focus. So we want to talk about that in a second. And so, as I mentioned before, you have to remember that you as a leader, you have a great focus. Maybe you used to say that, oh, I'm not good at staying focused. You are. You're focusing on something. We all focus on something. You might just be focusing on social media. You might be focusing on that latest gossip your friend just told you. You might be focusing on, 5 things at once. But the question is, am I focused on the right things? That's what I want you to be thinking about, okay? And lastly, when it comes to understanding your focus and the things that are distracting you, these are what I call the APCs of true control. There's only 3 things you ever really have full control over. That's your attitude, your perspective, and your choices. Now, let me pause for a second, because if you can get this lesson right here, you are liberated from a ton of stress that is unnecessary right now. Because too many folks are trying to control things that they really cannot control. I'm trying to control my client's mood. I'm trying to control my kids doing this, this, and that. And so you exert so much energy on something that, to be honest, is futile. But if you devoted 90% of your energy towards the 3 things you always can control, you know what? What is my attitude towards this person right now? What is my lens or my perspective about them? Am I seeing them from a place of compassion or a place of judgment? And what choice am I going to make in this moment? If you only put your energy there, you would be so free. Because then you would really only be focusing on what you can control. So take this away with you. Take a picture of this on your screen. Make it your wallpaper on your phone. You want to rig your environment for success. But just remember this. During these times of chaos, this is the 3 I can control. All right? Good. So now you understand the chaos that distracts you, right? I talked about the poor primary question, your lack of time mastery, and then the busyness over stillness. So now let's get into how to defeat those enemies. And I want you to, when you have a chance, read this from Sun Tzu when you get this PDF. But basically it says, look, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, then you will have victory in all battles that you face. But the problem people have is that they often don't know themselves, but they know their enemy. So they win a few battles, but then when they're stressed, when they fall down out of, just depression, then they don't know how to get out of that. Or the opposite, they know themselves really well, but they don't know the things that distract them, AKA their enemy. So they only win a few battles. And so what I'm helping you to do is to understand you really well. What are the questions you ask by default? What do you tend to focus on when you're getting distracted? And then understanding what the enemies are that take you out of your game. From that, you will have 100% victory in all things. But it is a practice. All right, so let's look at these tools to defeat the enemy to your confidence, the enemy that distracts you so often. So your tool number one is a productive primary question. So as I mentioned, the poor primary question is the thing that causes the chaos. So then our antidote is, what is a productive primary question? Do this on your own time, but just know you tend to ask yourself a certain question when you're stressed. And what is that question that often comes up in your mind? And here's an example of the most common destructive primary questions that I hear as a coach. Why am I so stupid? You do something in a situation, a deal falls through, you blame yourself. How come I'm not successful? What's wrong with me? Why am I so miserable? Why am I so depressed? What do they think of me? Why does this always happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? Now, if you're being real, how many of you all raise your hand? I can't see you anyway. But how many of you have ever asked one of these questions when you're stressed out? Right. And you might look at this and say, well, Camille, the reason I'm asking you how come I'm not successful is because I'm trying to figure out ways to become successful. However, I'm going to show you why that is a very poor primary question, meaning the first question you ask yourself should not be that. I know your intentions are good, but I'm going to show you what the brain actually does when you ask that question. So here's what it looks like. I call it the primary question effect. Pretend that your brain is a computer. You're the person typing in the coding. So person A asks that question. Why do I keep messing up? Okay, so types it into the brain, asks the brain that. Now, person B has been coaching with me for a while. So they ask instead, how can I appreciate this moment and become even better next time around? So types that into their brain. Here's what the brain does with those questions. Looking for answers to your search, and that's it. That's the simplicity of what this question is. So if person A asks, why do I keep messing up, brain? What do you think the brain's going to do? Looking for all the times you've messed up. And so it searches for that. That's actually the first step. Even though you said, no, but my intention is to find that so I can fix it. But the body is all about preservation of energy. That's what I do as a peak performance coach. So if the brain has to go to another step, it will only stop at step one. So it's asking, why do I keep messing up? Then it's going to find all the reasons you mess up. Then you got to ask another question again. So for the sake of efficiency, if I ask just the question, hey, how can I appreciate this moment and become even better next time around, brain? Finding ways you can appreciate it and become better. What do you think is a more efficient way to move forward? But this person B is what I call the design question. This is life by default. When you're not paying attention, fear triggers you. You just react. This one is practiced, and it does take time. But I want you to remember, what kind of answers do you want? If you want great answers, great solutions, then we got to ask great questions, because it's only looking for answers to your search. So here are some examples of positive and productive primary questions. These are your new weapons. These are your new tools against the times that you feel distracted and lack of focus. So an example, how can I have even more fun right now? Ask this question when you're not having fun. You're not liking this transaction. This realtor I'm working with, not happy with. Okay, how can I have even more fun right now? Even if you're not having fun, doesn't matter. Let the brain find it. What can I do to appreciate this and share it with those I love? Maybe you've learned a lesson. This has been a really tough transaction. Maybe you can learn some lessons and share it with another realtor, a newer realtor, and save them some errors along the way. How can I enjoy this moment and make it even better? Now, I want you to take this list. Again, take a picture of it if you want to, and choose one and just practice this as your new primary question when you get stressed out. That is one tool to defeat the enemy that causes the chaos. The one that's looking for the bad, poor primary question, and your brain just looking for all the reasons you're not successful, that you keep messing up, why you're so stupid. And instead, let's give the brain a better job and have it do a search for much better inquiries. Okay, so this is tool number one, a positive and productive primary question. Switch that around this week. All right, tool number two, time mastery. Notice, not time management, time mastery. I don't want you to manage your time. I want you to really own it. That's why you're a business owner. That's why you're an entrepreneur. So you're not running on somebody else's schedule, right? This is why y'all are unemployable. You can't have a boss. And I'm not saying that offensively. I'm like that too. I'm not good at running on somebody else's time clock. So with that freedom, though, can come a lot of chaos. So I want you to remember that your primary job is to make decisions with your time, not to manage details. And I'm not saying that you don't manage details, but notice I said your main job, your primary job is to make decisions with your time. What manages details? Your calendar, Gmail, Siri, Google Assistant, your actual assistant. Those remind you to go to your appointments, your CRM, Outlook, whatever. Those manage the details. Your primary job is to make the decision. So what does that look like? Here are your new statements of time mastery. I call it, I will make time for this. I will create time for this. Or, I will not make time for this. I will not create time for this. So why this is so unique and different is anytime you've ever said, oh, I just don't have time for that, then I want you to say to yourself, no. I'm the decision maker. So I'm actually making a choice that this is not priority for me. Now, you don't need to tell people that, but in your head, I want you to get into the practice of mastering your time, flexing that muscle of not about, oh, I don't have time. Sorry, I'm a victim to my calendar. You own it. So you're really only making a decision. Am I making time for this or am I not making time for this? It's that simple. If you can make time for your clients, you show up to a client appointment, but then you don't show up to an appointment with your spouse for date night. You don't show up to an appointment with quality time with your kid on a Saturday or a weekend. You don't show up for quality time appointments with yourself to go work out or go to the gym. It's no different. So if you say, oh, but Camille, my clients make me money. And who is the person that makes the money? You. So if you fall through on your own personal commitments to yourself for self-care, gym time, spiritual time, time with family, you're also ruining your potential revenue stream. So that's why I want you to now become masters of time. Say it. I am a time master. I am a time master, not a time manager. So you're either going to make time or create time. All right. And then lastly, you're going to get this. So go ahead and keep this, take a picture of it, little things you can do to be more of a master of time than a manager of time. And then the last tool is scheduled stillness. So just remember that this idea of that if we're not calm, we can't listen and deeply understand. And the image I want you to get is when there is chaos, right? Just things are moving. Imagine like in an ocean, you can't see through it. It's really difficult. But when things calm down, when the water calms down, that's when we can see through it clearly. The reason people don't like stillness, and I'll be honest with you, is because sometimes they don't want to see what's beneath the surface. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into it because I only got like 5 minutes left. But I want you to know that stillness is actually your greatest tool to defeat this enemy of chaos in your life. And so I want you to go to YouTube and I just want you to search this video that I did early on in the COVID season. Now, I did this video because there was a lot of entrepreneurs going through depression, anxiety during this time. And I give you exact practices to enhance your muscle of stillness. And I want you to value this. One of your greatest weapons against stress is you getting still in the morning and still in the evening. So take a picture of this, go to YouTube, type in how leaders cope with stress and sadness, and my name, Camille Rose. You'll find that there. All right. So lastly, developing a bulletproof mindset in any economy. Got like 2 minutes left, so I'm going to rush through this. But there's only 3 things you ever need to develop a bulletproof mindset: clarity, conviction, and counsel. Time for clarity. What we're doing right now, get super clear. What are the things that distract me? Conviction is just this feeling of, oh, I believe in it, Camille. I need this for my family. I need this for my life. I'm going to move forward. Because if you don't have that, you're not going to move forward. And then lastly is wise counsel. You have to have wise counsel around you, whether those are coaches, mentors, strategists. Every effective leader I work with has wise counsel around them. And so these are some tools to build up this bulletproof mindset. And the only one I want to just talk to you about is the breath. It's called 4-7-8, where you inhale for 4, hold for 7, and exhale for 8. That exercise alone, when you are so stressed out, just say 4-7-8 breath, will shift you immediately from chaos to calm. So this is how you start practicing building a bulletproof mindset. And scheduled time with a mentor, coach, or advisor fast tracks your way to that. All right, last minute, and I want to just give you this. So remember that the information is meant as fuel to propel you forward. So everything I gave you today is for you to make a decision to move you forward, not just, oh, I'm getting information. This is a nice comfort blanket. I've got a lot of tools. So the question you just need to ask at the end of my session today, which is wrapping it up in 30 seconds, is how will I practice this today? Out of all the things that I just said, pick one thing and practice it, because I've given you a lot. All right, so you'll get this PDF. Again, I'll give you a little email address to contact me if you want this, but this is the recap of today. You know what feeds your enemy. You know now the tools to defeat the enemy, so you've developed more of your creativity and your confidence, and you know how to develop that bulletproof mindset. So my call to action for you is very simple. For the last 100 days of this year, these are the things I want you to do. Get 15 minutes of stillness in the morning and the evening, and choose a specific place and time to do it. Go big, you know that tool now, every morning. Pick one productive PQ, practice that, and choose your wise counsel. Whether that's a coach, a mentor, an advisor, schedule weekly time with them. These are the tools and the practices of my most successful clients and how they've been able to just not only profit this year, but have a very fulfilling 2020 despite all the chaos. So I want you to know you're amazing. You're going to have an amazing remainder of this year. Don't give up. I'm here to support you. And if you would like more information, just email coaching@theultimatelife.com. I mostly check that email every Wednesday. If you want to get to me sooner, email assistant@theultimatelife.com and my assistant will get back to you. Thank you for your time. Have a great rest of the day. This virtual event's going to be amazing. And I know you're going to get the car update right after this. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Zippy. I appreciate you. God bless.
Please enjoy a 5-minute break with our sponsors.
Welcome to California Regional Multiple Listing Service, CRMLS for short. CRMLS is the nation's largest and most recognized MLS, servicing tens of thousands of users. As of this video, over 140,000 real estate professionals can see the listings you put into CRMLS. We also have the largest MLS database of listings in the country, with over 100,000 listings currently active. At CRMLS, we offer our users far more than listing data. All users have access to over 24 cutting-edge real estate technology products through CRMLS, most available at no additional cost. CRMLS offers a host of MLS systems, mobile MLS options, marketing tools, multi-purpose platforms, and more. The CRMLS education team is here to help. With decades of MLS experience and training on all CRMLS products, our systems experts are dedicated to helping you make the most of your business. We provide training on all our core products in person, through live online classes, and through a wealth of online avenues, including the CRMLS knowledge base and how-to videos. The CRMLS support department is Platinum certified. Customer care representatives proudly serve CRMLS users via live support 7 days a week. You're welcome to give us a call, chat with a representative online, or submit a ticket on any supported product. We work hard to keep listing data accurate. The CRMLS Compliance Department maintains a level playing field for all MLS users. Visit crmls.org/compliance to learn everything you need to know about how to follow the CRMLS rules and regulations. You may also access live chat for compliance on the Compliance widget in Matrix. With all these resources on hand, we're confident we can provide you with the best possible service. We're grateful to be your MLS and your partner. Please feel free to contact us with any questions.
Since the beginning of time, homes have been beautifully built using wood and lumber from the earth. When you invest in your home or property, this is an investment in your future and one you want to protect. Angelo Termite and Construction helps you guard your investment and retain the beauty and strength of your infrastructure. Destructive offenders such as termites, wood-destroying organisms, and pests can damage the structure and integrity of any building. Fortunately, there is a solution: Angelo Termite and Construction. Our specially trained and licensed professionals conduct an extensive inspection and treatment to eradicate destroyers. We are also licensed general contractors certified to make any needed structural repairs. We have helped save the day for more than 300,000 happy home and business owners since 1976. Call today to get started. 1-800-589-8809. Knowing is half the battle. AngeloTermite.com.
Welcome our next speaker, Gov Hutchinson.
Good morning, everybody in Orange County. How you doing? Greetings from smoky Los Angeles. Probably smoky where you are too. As you know, I'm your attorney from CAR, and I'm here to give you a legal update, tell you everything you need to know right now in the legal world. Obviously, it's been a year of tremendous changes all the time, so I'm sort of going to tell you where we're at right now. First, I'm going to talk about a new law, very important new law. Then I'm going to talk about some new forms that are coming out. And then I'm going to talk about a bunch of general things, sort of hot topics that are going on right now in the legal world that you got to deal with in real estate. And I believe you can ask questions as well. Okay, so let's begin. The governor has until the end of September to sign all the new laws that were presented to him. And the end of the legislature's deadline was the end of August. So he has until the rest of the month to sign new laws. And he usually waits till the end of the month to sign them. And there's not a lot of tremendously important new laws that you'd be interested in, but there's one very important new law that you are interested in, and he actually already signed it. So that's what I want to talk about first. There's a very important law affecting evictions in California. It's called the Tenant Relief Act, and it's very important. And as you'll see as I go through it, it's very complicated. So be careful when your clients ask you, complicated questions regarding this law. It's always a good idea to recommend to them that they talk to a California real estate attorney. But I want you to know what these rules are. Plus, some of you might be landlords yourself, and you want to know from me, your attorney, what you need to do. So obviously, we're going to go over that. But just keep in mind for your clients, it's always a good idea when they ask questions on this to recommend that they talk to their own attorney. Okay. So you remember the courts were closed since March for evictions. So there were no evictions in California all the way from March 4th all the way till September 1st. Well, then on September 1st, the courts are open. Does that mean evictions can begin now? Well, not necessarily. First of all, for commercial, yes, there's no restrictions on commercial evictions. What about residential evictions? Well, there's no restriction on short-term rental, eviction on short-term rentals less than 30 days. But for other residential properties, other residential rental properties, including mobile homes, there's this new law that does restrict evictions. Now, it really restricts evictions if the issue is the tenant not paying rent. The basic rule is this. If a tenant is not paying rent because they have a COVID financial hardship, in other words, they have a reduction of income because of COVID, or they have increased expenses, medical expenses, childcare expenses, taking care of a sick person, they're sick themselves. they have increased expenses or decreased income caused by COVID, then you still can't evict them right now. So here's how it works. Let's say the tenant has not been paying rent March, April, May, June, July, August. In other words, up until September 1st. Any payment of rent that the tenant owes you prior to September 1st, if you want to try to get that money or you're trying to want to evict them, you can send them a notice. Of course, you can't do this until October 5th. So still no evictions for non-payment of rent in September. Starting October 5th, though, if I'm a landlord and I have a tenant who is behind on their rent between March and September, I can send them a 15-day notice to pay or quit. Did you notice I said 15-day, not 3-day? Between now and February 1st, you cannot use a 3-day notice to pay or quit. If you want to give a tenant a notice to pay, it's got to be on a 15-day notice to pay or quit. Now, unfortunately, this form won't be out till the end of September, but you can't do anything till October 5th anyway. So let's say I'm a landlord, I got a tenant who's behind in their rent up till September 1st. So let's say end of this month, I give them a form, the new 15-day notice to pay rent or quit for rent owed prior to September 1st. I give them this notice. The tenant has 15 days to respond with a declaration. Attached to this 15-day notice is a declaration of COVID financial hardship. So I've got to actually give the tenant the form that they can return within 15 days, declaring under penalty of perjury that they have a COVID financial hardship. If the tenant returns that form under penalty of perjury within 15 days, I cannot evict them. I cannot evict them until February 1st. Not only that, I can never evict them for that rent, for the rent they didn't pay prior to September 1st if they had a COVID hardship that they said they had under penalty of perjury. I can sue them for the back rent starting in March, and I can sue them in small claims court no matter how much it is. In other words, the small claims court maximum of $10,000 doesn't apply, will not apply starting March 1st for lawsuits to receive, to get back rent owed during this COVID period. Okay, so that's what you got to do. Well, what if they don't pay rent starting September 1st? And I want to give them a notice to pay. Well, there's a different form. It's called the 15-day notice to pay rent or quit for rent owed after September 1st. Why is there a different form for this? Because starting September 1st, tenants, even if they have a COVID hardship, still have to pay 25% of the rent. So let's say here I am in September and my tenant didn't pay the rent for September. Starting October 5th, I can give them this 15-day notice to pay rent or quit for rent due after September 1st. And they have to pay 25%. If they don't pay 25%, I can evict them right away, right? Well, no, actually, you still can't evict them until February 1st. But if they don't pay at least 25%, you can actually evict them on February 1st. What if they do pay the 25% and they submit the declaration that says, I have a COVID reason why I can't pay the rest? Well, just like the rent that they didn't pay prior to September 1st, I can never evict them for that money. I can sue them in small claims courts starting March 1st for that 75% they didn't pay. What if a tenant in either situation doesn't return the declaration within 15 days under penalty of perjury saying that they, that they have a COVID reason? So I give them a 15-day notice, either the 15-day notice to pay back rent owed prior to September 1st or the 15-day notice to pay rent owed after September 1st, and they don't respond with the declaration. After 15 days, I can evict now. But if they do return the declaration within 15 days, or after September 1st, they pay the 25% and return the declaration, I cannot do anything to them until February 1st. I can't evict them. I can never evict them for that back rent. If they didn't pay the 25% after September, yes, I can evict them February 1st. But if they submit the declaration, all I can do is sue them starting March 1st for all the back rent that they didn't pay if they had a COVID hardship declaration that they returned. Okay, so that's the fundamental rule. So far I've told you there are these two 15-day notice forms, and coming with these forms is a declaration, which the tenant has 15 days to return. What if the tenant, it's not that they owe you rent, but they owe you some other financial obligation, like they're supposed to pay the utilities or something like that. So they paid the rent, but they didn't pay something else. There are two more 15-day notices for that. There's the 15-day notice to cure breach of covenant to pay a financial obligation prior to September 1st, and another one if they didn't pay a financial obligation other than rent after September 1st. I don't know if this happens very often, but it does occasionally happen, so we need a form for that. So there's actually 4 15-day notice to pay or quit forms coming out at the end of this month. 15-day notice to pay rent or quit for rent owed prior to September 1st. 15-day notice to pay rent or quit for rent owed after September 1st. 15-day notice to pay other financial obligation prior to September 1st. 15-day notice obligation for financial obligation after September 1st. And all of these forms are going to have the declaration form attached to it. Okay? All right. Now, so none of that's going to happen until the end of the month. But there's another form that some of you have to give to your tenants right now. Listen to this. If any landlord has a residential tenant that is behind in their rent starting March 1st, the landlord must give the tenant a disclosure form about the law by September 30th. This form is called the NTRA, Notice of Tenant Relief Act Rights. And this form is on Zip Form right now, and you do have to give this to your tenant right now, or at least by the end of the month. Even if you're not planning on giving them a 15-day notice, you still got to give them this disclosure form by the end of September. It's on Zip Form right now. The other forms I mentioned will not be on Zip Form till the end of the month, and you can't start using them until October 5th anyway. Okay? What about tenants? So forget about rent. What about tenants who do other bad things? They violate the rules. They have pets. They sublet without permission. They commit a nuisance. They commit a waste. They don't allow you to show the property. Any of the other things that tenants do in violation of the lease. You can evict them right now. It's not a financial obligation. They're violating some other term of the lease. You can evict them right now. What if the seller closes escrow and doesn't leave? You could evict them right now. Residential tenants, all tenants can be evicted right now for violations of other terms of the lease, or they engage in criminal activity, nuisance, waste, et cetera, et cetera. The normal reasons you can evict tenants for things that are not related to rent, you can do that right now. Well, what about this? What about tenants? They're not doing anything wrong, but I just want to evict them for some other reason. Well, what about this? What about a tenant who the lease is over and I want them to leave? Can I just kick them out? Not right now. You can only kick them out if they refuse to sign a new lease. So if the tenant says, okay, lease is over, I'll sign a new one, you can't evict them. But if tenant says, no, I'll just go month to month, they say, no, if you don't sign a lease, I'm going to evict you. Okay? What about a regular month-to-month tenant? Can I evict them just because I feel like it? No, you can't. What about a tenant, though, I want to move into the property? Yes, that's grounds to evict. You can move in. You or parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, or spouse can move in. That's grounds to evict. That's no fault. Another way you can evict someone is just you don't want to be a landlord anymore. You just want to kick out all your tenants. You don't want to be a landlord. That means if you sell the property, the buyer can't be a landlord either, right? And then the other reason you can evict someone right now would be if you're selling the property that's got a tenant in it and you have a buyer who wants to occupy the property. You can't evict them until you sell it, but once you're in contract with this buyer, you can evict that tenant. How much notice do I got to give them? 30 days or 60 days, right? Depending on how long they've been there. So once again, if they're not paying rent and you want to evict, you got to do the 15-day notice forms, and you can't do them till October. If they do something else wrong, violate some other terms of the list, you can give them a 3-day notice right now, 3-day notice to, cure a breach of covenant or something like that. Or sometimes you don't even have to give them a chance to cure it, just 3-day notice to quit because you violated this term. If they didn't do anything wrong, you can evict them, own or move in, quitting the business, they're refusing to leave at the end of the lease, or I'm selling the house to a buyer who wants to live there. Okay. Well, some people say, well, Gov, I thought you're only talking about older properties, right? Because if it's a newer property, less than 15 years old, or it's a single family home, I don't really need a reason to evict, right? Wrong. Up until February 1st, all residential properties in California are under these just cause rules that I just mentioned. So every property, including single family homes, you can only evict if you have a reason because they violated the lease, refused to leave, or you have just cause, which is they don't renew the lease, you want to move in yourself, you want to quit the market, or you're selling the house to someone who wants to live there. Then you can evict them with a 30 or 60-day notice. Okay? Those are the basic rules. A couple more things I want you to know is, what if where I am, there's a local eviction moratorium law that gives even more rights to the tenants? Nope. The state law basically supersedes the local laws. For example, I'm in Los Angeles right now, and there's a law that says you can't evict a tenant for non-payment of rent for COVID reasons till 12 months after the end of the emergency. Nope, that's not true anymore. Any back rent that the tenant owes since March 1st, I can sue them for all that money starting on March 1st. What if I got a local law that says the tenant has 12 months to repay the back rent? Nope. This state law says they got to pay they have to pay all the back rent by the end of March. Okay? So after this law expires on February 1st, then the locals could pass new laws, basically giving tenants new right. But for any rent owed between March 1st of this year and February 1st of next year, if the tenants are behind, starting March 1st, you can sue them for the back rent. Unfortunately, you can't evict them for not paying the back rent if they submit this declaration that they sign under penalty of perjury that says they have a COVID reason why they're not paid. Although starting September 1st, if they don't pay the 25% each month, I can evict them on the 1st of February for that reason, for not paying that. Okay? Couple other things to know. Does the tenant have to prove that they really have a COVID reason to not pay? Nope. All they have to do is sign under penalty of perjury, which is serious, because if you violate that, you can get in a lot of trouble, that they have a COVID hardship. However, if you have a high income tenant, then you are allowed to demand that they provide written proof that they really have a hardship. What is a high income tenant? That's a tenant who makes at least 130% of the median income in your county where the property is. How do I know if they're a high income tenant? Well, you base it on the income information that they gave to you when they rented it. And then you have to figure out what Orange County's median income is, multiply that by, and you can find that easily, multiply that by 130%. And if the income that they showed to you when they rented the property is more than that number, and they're not paying rent now, you can give them this 15-day notice, check the box, and basically insist not only if they don't want to get evicted, not only do they have to sign the declaration, they also have to prove in writing that they really have a hardship. Tenants who are not high income tenants do not have to prove their hardship. They just have to swear to it under penalty of perjury. Okay? The last thing I want to mention to you is people ask me, I heard there's this federal law. There's this federal nationwide eviction moratorium. You're right, there is. Well, how does that interact with the California law? Well, the federal law says it only applies if the state you're in doesn't have its own law that provides more protection to tenants. So the California law basically provides more protection to tenants than the federal law, almost completely, but I'll tell you what I mean by that. For example, the federal law expires December 31st, the state law goes into February. The federal law says starting on January 1st, the landlord can evict the tenant for not paying the back rent. Remember, in California, you cannot evict the tenant for not paying the back rent. You can only sue them for that. The federal law says it doesn't apply to tenants who make more than $99,000 a year. The state law doesn't have a limit on it. It just says that high income tenants have to prove their hardship. So you see, the state law provides more protection for tenants than the federal law. So we generally don't have to worry about the federal law, this federal nationwide eviction moratorium that lasts till the end of the year, until we don't have to worry about that. But there's one uncertainty, and that is it is not clear, it's just not clear under the federal law whether you can evict people for no fault. Remember I said in California, you can evict people even if they didn't do something wrong, if you want to sell it to a buyer who's going to live there, or you want to move in yourself, or you just want to quit the business. Can you evict under those reasons based on the federal law? Not 100% clear. Here's my advice. If you want to evict a tenant for one of those no-fault reasons in California, go ahead and give them a 30-day notice. Go ahead and give them a 60-day notice. And then at the end of that time, if they don't leave, you can evict them. Unless during those 30 days, the tenant returns to you a federal declaration of COVID hardship. Now, the good thing about this federal law, the landlord has no obligation to tell the tenant about their rights. You have no obligation to tell the tenant that there's this form that they can submit. But if for some reason the tenant tries to figure this out and actually does return to the landlord a COVID financial hardship form in response to your 30 or 60-day notice, the conservative, we're trying to get the federal government to clarify this. The conservative thing to do right now would be not to evict them. Of course, I don't think this is going to happen very often because after all, we're talking about tenants now who are been paying the rent and you're just evicting them because you want to sell the property or something like that. It's going to be hard for them under penalty of perjury to say, well, all of a sudden, now that you're selling, I have a COVID hardship. And it's got to be submitted on this federal form that they're probably not aware of, they probably don't have access to, and the landlord has no obligation to tell them about. But there we are. Okay? All right. Let me talk about some other things. That's the big new law. Let's talk about other form changes. So I just told you about the forms. There's one form that just came out, the NTRA, Notice of Tenant Relief Act rights, which every landlord who has a tenant who's behind in their rent since March, whether they have a COVID reason or not, you have to give them this form, okay, by the end of September. Then I told you about the 4 new 15-day notice forms and the declaration form that's going to be attached to that. I mean, there are going to be a couple other nice forms you can use this. One is going to be a rent repayment agreement. If you and the tenant want to agree right now on a repayment schedule, remember they have to pay it back by the end of March, but if you want to do a schedule, there's that. There's also a good form you can use to sort of, it's a sort of a chart that you can give to the tenant when you give them the 15-day notice, showing them exactly, well, you didn't pay rent in May, you didn't pay rent in June, you didn't pay rent in September. It could break it down nicely for you. And remember, you can still use cash for keys to get a tenant out. No matter what their situation is, if they're willing to accept money in exchange for possession, we have a form for that too coming out. It's called the Rent Forgiveness in Exchange for Possession form. None of these forms, though, are going to come out till the end of September. The only form that just came out is the NTRA, which all landlords must give to their tenants. All right, other forms. There's another new form that's coming out in October. It's called the Fair Housing Advisory. Is this form going to be mandatory? No, but it's going to be pre-attached to all purchase contracts. It's going to be pre-attached to all listing contracts. It's going to be pre-attached to all buyer broker contracts. You know how the agency forms are pre-attached to the purchase contract and the listing form? Those are mandatory. You need those. But you know how the buyer inspection advisory is also attached to the purchase contract, even though it's not mandatory? Well, this fair housing advisory is going to be attached to all the purchase contracts and all the listings and all the buyer broker contracts. This is a very important form because it's going to remind you and your clients of the rules of fair housing and the things that you're not supposed to do, or you can get in big trouble, right? So it gives you good advice, tells you what the rules are. It's a good form. Since it's already attached, I would just give it to my client. I wouldn't detach it from my listing. I wouldn't detach it from the purchase contract. It's going to be part of the package they always get. They're going to sign it just like anything. It's a good thing. It protects you. Plus, it educates you and your clients. Your clients can't come back and say, you didn't tell me those were the rules. Yeah, I did. And it's good things for you, too. You know what an interesting new issue in fair housing is that you have to be real careful of, that we see in this hot market, are these things called buyer letters or buyer love letters, you know? You know how buyers, when maybe they're competing with other buyers, so they want to, in addition to sending an offer, they also send in letters, personal letters to the seller describing themselves and how, you know, they really could see themselves in this house and they really want the house, and they compliment the seller on what a nice house it is. The problem with those letters is when you submit one of these letters, the buyer is usually telling the seller something about themselves, like whether they're married or not, whether they have kids or not, where they're from, maybe gives hints as to how old they are, how many of them there are. And sometimes they even submit pictures, which will tell the seller what race they are, maybe something like that, whether they have disabilities. The problem is this. Remember that sellers are supposed to make their decision on who to sell to not based on personal characteristics of the buyer. You're only supposed to use numbers, right? How much are they offering? What type of loan situation do they have? What's their down payment? What's their deposit? What's their credit score? Things like that. If you start getting these letters, though, let's say you get one of these letters and you sell to this buyer rather than the other buyer, and the other buyer says, well, why did you sell to them? Maybe it's because of their race, religion, marital status, et cetera, and if the seller got one of these letters, then the seller can't deny that they knew this stuff. If I were a listing agent, I wouldn't let my sellers see these letters. In fact, I would discourage other agents from sending them, because it's putting the seller in a tough situation that they don't want to be in when they're deciding which offer to take. There's other fair housing things that have changed this year. You're probably aware of. Getting back to not sales, landlords, you're not supposed to reject someone because they're a Section 8 tenant. Then, in other words, it used to be you could say, I'm not taking Section 8 tenants. Landlords, if you're going to do a criminal background check, you can't do a criminal background check until you've already approved the tenant, right? Once you approve the tenant, then you can do the criminal background check. So things like that have changed. Remember, another thing in fair housing related this year is for landlords is, believe it or not, if you got one tenant complaining about another tenant harassing them, you can't ignore it anymore. You actually have to go to the tenant who's being accused and say, stop doing what you're being accused of doing, investigate, and if they're truly at fault, you have to take some action against them. So the fair housing rules have changed this year. I just want to mention that. But getting back to forms, right? So we got these new eviction forms. We got this fair housing form that's coming out in October. In December, we're not there yet. We'll be there before we know it. There's going to be one more new form coming out. It's regarding to fire hardening, home hardening your property to make it safe in this era of fires. It's a mandatory disclosure form that buyers are going to have to be given in fire zones, basically telling them about fire hardening the properties. And it's also going to require the seller to disclose to the buyer if the seller has certain features of their property that make it more susceptible to fires than others. So that's coming in December. The fair housing form, and that's a mandatory form. The fair housing advisory, which is not mandatory, but it's going to be attached to all your forms anyway, is coming out probably the middle of October. All of these COVID eviction forms are going to be coming out end of September. Right now, just last week, this one COVID eviction form, the NTRA, came out. And this form you must give to all tenants behind in their rent by September 30th. Are there any other forms you need to know about? Well, a couple of forms came out in June. I just want to make sure you know about them. There are a couple of advisories, which means they're not mandatory, but they're good forms. One is called the Square Footage and Lot Size Advisory, SFLS. Remember, when you're selling a property, when you're listing a property, you are required to disclose to the buyer all of the different opinions on the square footage of the property that you're aware of. Maybe the only one you're aware of is the one that was at the MLS. That's fine. You got to disclose that. But maybe the MLS says one thing and the appraiser says something else and the builder says something else and the HOA says something else. Well, this form has a nice chart on it where listing agents can fill in, here's what it said in the MLS, here's what the appraiser said, here's what the seller said. So you give them all these numbers, and it basically says to the buyer, none of these are the official number. No number's better than any other number. Everyone has their own opinion. Everyone's opinion is the same is just as good as anybody else's opinion. Buyer, you should check it out yourself if you want your own opinion. And I, the realtor, have not measured it. I have no idea what the correct opinion is. So it protects the listing agent. Same thing for lot size. You may not even know what the lot size is, but any information you have, you're going to disclose it. Plus, it basically says to the buyer, if you want to know what the lot size is, there's one way to do it, get a survey. So that's a good form, not mandatory, but I think it's a good form. And the other new form that came out is the Property Viewing and Open House Advisory, PVOH. Now, since the form has the words open house in it, does that mean open houses are legal yet? No, they are not. Open houses are still not legal in California. But this form will work for open houses once we can do them again. Plus, it works right now for property viewing. The whole idea of this form is, when you have a listing and people come onto the property for a showing, sometimes they could trip and fall, right, over a bump in the carpet or something, or there's a step they didn't see, or the kitchen floors are slippery and they're wearing socks or something, or they're in the backyard and there's a drain pipe in the grass that they don't see and they fall over that, something like that. This form is basically warning buyers that when you visit a property, you have to take care of yourself. You have to watch for things, and basically you are assuming the risk. Buyer is agreeing to assume the risk of entering the property. It also points out the latest thing, which is a lot of houses now are under surveillance. I mean, inside the house, there's hidden cameras, right? And some buyers, the form basically says to the buyer, just be aware of this. Possibly this house has hidden cameras, so you might be being filmed or videoed or whatever when you're in the property. Be aware of that. I know what you're thinking. Doesn't the seller have to disclose that to anyone who comes into the property if there's hidden cameras? Well, they're supposed to under the listing contract, but if they don't do it, so what? They violated the listing contract, and basically under the listing contract, they promise to do it, but if they don't do it, they're not in violation of any laws. Okay, so that's something to talk about. Okay. By the way, I see a question. I'm going to getting back to new renters who sign after September. Yes, even if they become a tenant after September, they're still protected under the Tenant Relief Act. They're still protected if they have a COVID hardship. You would think that they wouldn't sign a new rental agreement if they have a COVID hardship right now. And are they really going to be able to sign under penalty of perjury that they all of a sudden have a COVID hardship? I guess theoretically they could sign a rental agreement and then a month later they have a COVID hardship, right? Theoretically. So yes, they would have the protection even though they're a new tenant. All right. Last form issue I want to talk about is the transfer disclosure statement. This is not a new form, but there's been a significant change to this form this year that everyone should know about. All these years, the form has had 4 sections to it. The TDS has 4 sections. Section 1, 2, 3, and 4. Section 2 is the seller disclosure. Section 3 is the listing agent disclosure. Section 4 is the buyer's agent disclosure. But what about Section 1? Well, Section 1 is called substituted disclosures. And for the last 34 years, I've been telling realtors, you don't really have to fill that section out. The whole purpose of Section 1 of the TDS is for the buyer to, for the seller, if they want to, they can substitute a separate disclosure to substitute for the seller's disclosure. Let's say the seller doesn't want to answer the questions in their section, Section 2. Well, they could actually hire somebody, like an inspector or somebody, to produce a report that answers the seller's questions. So it's a substituted disclosure. And this third-party report would have to say right on it, this is a substitute for the seller's disclosures. My experience, nobody does this. I mean, like nobody. Maybe I've seen it on a couple of REOs, but generally, sellers have figured out, I can answer these questions to the best of my ability. All of these questions on this form say, are you aware? It's not like I have to investigate. So I'm aware. I know what I'm aware of. I'm just going to answer yes or no if I'm aware. I'm not going to hire somebody to do a substituted disclosure. So that's what everyone's been doing the last 34 years. Generally, they just skip Section 1. Some sellers have attached additional disclosures to the TDS, and they check the box in Section 1 says, I've attached additional disclosures. That's fine, or additional reports. That's fine, but they still have the seller answer the questions. So it's really still not a substituted disclosure, but that's still fine. But here's the thing. Most realtors sellers have been skipping Section 1. So what changed this year is you no longer can skip Section 1. The law says if you skip Section 1, the TDS is not complete and the buyer still has a right to cancel. Well, that's not good. So what do I do now as a seller? I'm not attaching a substituted disclosure, but I still have to fill out the section. What do I do? Fortunately, there's a new box. And there's a brand new box on the form. It's the third box, and it basically says no substituted disclosures attached. Well, that's the box you should probably check. So just please remind your sellers every single time they fill out a TDS now, don't skip Section 1, check the third box that says no substituted disclosures attached. And there you go. Okay? All right. So that's the latest on the evictions, and that's the latest on the forms. What else is going on? Well, as I mentioned a second ago, there are no changes recently to the showing rules. Still can't do open houses. Everything's got to be by appointment only. I mean, you can have a lot of showings, one right after each other, but remember, each showing is limited to one buying party at a time. Could be a lot of people, but they all have to be sort of related as the same group. And everyone has to wear masks, and everyone has to stand 6 feet apart, and everyone has to wash their hands before they enter, and everyone can't touch anything when you're in there. As for the on the listing side, remember, the rules are still there. And this is not really the listing responsibility, it's the showing agent's responsibility, which is usually the buyer's agent. If there's no buyer's agent and the listing agent is showing the property, it's the listing agent. But whoever the showing agent is, they're going to make sure before the buyer gets there that there's extra masks available, extra hand sanitizer available, all the doors in the property are open, all the light switches are turned on, weather permitting, and maybe not today, there's going to be at least one open window. And before and after each showing, the showing agent is responsible for making sure the property is clean. All doorknobs, banisters, handrails, light switches must be wiped down, countertops wiped down, sinks wiped down, and the part that nobody likes, you can hire somebody who's supposed to clean the bathroom, or specifically the toilet, between showings. I guess if you lock the bathroom and don't let anybody in, you don't really have to clean it, but I'm not sure that's exactly practical. So none of that has changed. I don't see it changing in the very near future. It's going to change eventually. Just keep track of that. An issue that people really got to think about now is, remember, when you're showing, sometimes people are getting sick now. What if the seller gets sick or the occupant gets sick with COVID? Well, now you got to disclose it to anyone who comes into the property. Well, what if people have been coming into the property all week and the seller just gets tested today and they're positive, which means they might have been sick the last few days? Listing agent, you got to go back. You got the PED form to do this. You got to go back to see it and to notify, to the best of your ability, anyone who came into the property in the last few days when the seller might have been sick, right? Same thing as you got a buyer or a buyer's agent who they were in the property a few days ago. Now they tell you today they're COVID positive. You got to make a good faith effort to go back to all the people that came into the property after the person who's now positive was in the property, because they might have been sick then, right? Same thing in your real estate office. You got to keep track of the people you let into your real estate office. If you let in members of the public, which means clients and agents from other offices, make sure they sign in, make sure you screen them, ask them the questions before they get there, make sure everyone in the office, wears a mask when the member of the public is there. And in the parts of the property where the public is there, they have to wear the mask even if the public isn't there right now. So you got to follow these complicated rules. Another issue that's happening right now, of course, is we're in a very hot market, and we're in a multiple offer market most places, and this leads to interesting behaviors, and you sort of need to know the rules on these things. Number one, we're seeing offers with these escalation clauses, right? My offer is $10,000 more than the next best offer you got. Is that enforceable? Yes, it is. So maybe you want to put a cap on that, because otherwise, if they get another offer that's really high, that could, that could mean your offer is now $10,000 more than that. We're seeing non-contingent offers, which is legal, but you got to be real careful about that. That means you have no way out of the deal, even if you don't qualify for the loan, or even if you don't like the inspection or something like that. We're seeing offers where people say, my offering price is the appraised value plus $10,000. which leads to the question, whose appraisal, what appraisal? If the seller accepts that they got to lower the price if the appraisal goes down. What does that mean? You got to be real careful doing this. I wouldn't actually have my clients do this unless they had an attorney help them draft that language. Here's another issue that comes up. Can I, as a buyer's agent representing a buyer, can I represent a buyer making multiple offers on different properties at the same time? Yes, you can. You definitely can. But here's the thing. There was a court case that said if you're representing a buyer who's making multiple offers on different properties, then you have to disclose to the sellers that the buyer you're representing is also simultaneously making offers on other properties. That's sort of a disclosure issue that this case said you're responsible to do. Okay? So like I said, there's issues that come up in these situations where you have multiple offers, competitive offers, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I'm going to get some more questions. Joyce Endo has a question. Can we tell the buyer's agents in the MLS that we don't want them to include buyer letters, and if they do, they're not going to be presented to the seller? Absolutely. Of course, the seller has to go along with this, right? I mean, if the seller wants to see the letters, what you're going to do is you're going to advise your sellers. It's not necessarily a good idea. And if the seller insists on seeing them, they insist on seeing them. But you're going to try to convince your seller it's a bad idea, and then it's perfectly okay to notify the other agents, don't submit them, and we're not going to deal with them. What about here's another question. Tenant leaves on the grounds of not able to pay the rent. They leave the security deposit for the landlord in lieu of the last month. So in other words, the tenant actually leaves without paying the last month's rent, but they do leave the security. I think the question probably is, the security doesn't pay for everything, right? In other words, maybe the security pays the last month's rent, but maybe there's damage to the property. Yes, they still owe you money, and they've left the property. So you can sue them for that money. But, which is a very interesting question. So they're already gone. You're not trying to evict them. You're just going to sue them for the money. Their defense is they had a COVID reason. Well, no, they had a COVID reason why you couldn't evict them, but they left. So they just simply owe you the money, which I believe you can just sue them for right now. Of course, if you sue them right now, there's a possibility they say to the judge, I have a COVID reason why I can't pay. I don't think that's a legitimate reason, but I guess the 100% conservative thing to do would be to wait till March to sue them for the extra money. But I think I would try right now. The worst that can happen is they don't let you do it, right? Okay, another question. Tracy Clark, none of the laws I'm talking about apply to commercial. For commercial tenants, we're back to the way we were before March. Anything you want to do with commercial, you can do right now, no restrictions. Okay? All right. If you have more questions, I think you're texting them and I'm getting them. That's good. What else is going on out there? What else do we need to know? Are there any particular other laws or things that we should know about? Well, people ask me a question getting back to COVID practices. Is door knocking okay? Nope, door knocking is not okay. Is dropping off flyers in flyer boxes okay? Sort of a gray area, because basically the law is very clear that at a listed property during a showing, no one should bring any paper to the property. No one should bring any paper at all. Don't leave any paper behind. Don't even leave a business card behind. It's all electronic. And that's talking about properties being shown. But what about properties not being shown? In other words, properties that are not currently listed. Well, we could argue that if you're not allowed to leave any paper behind on a listed property, not even in the flyer box, why should you be able to leave paper behind at a property that's not listed? You could argue that, well, it shouldn't be legal, right? But there's no law that says you can't. I have to tell you that, right? I probably advise against it based on the spirit of these rules, but I cannot say to you that you can't leave flyers behind on properties that aren't listed. But don't be initiating a face-to-face contact by doing any type of door knocking, right? That is something that you're really not going to want to do. Okay. People ask me about mask wearing. Obviously, you got to wear masks during a showing. But did you know that when you're out working, all of us who are working outside are supposed to always be wearing a mask? And you know, realtors, you guys work everywhere. You work other people's houses, outside. If you're working, you're supposed to be wearing a mask, even if you're outside, believe it or not. Everybody else, when they're outside, I don't know about you in LA County, I'm not sure, but the Orange County, if I'm out in LA County, unless I'm out exercising, and believe me, it's too smoky outside to exercise, I'm supposed to still wear a mask and try to keep 6 feet apart. I don't know how aggressive the mask police are where you are, but that is the basic rule. And it's real important. I said in the office, right? Indoor in the office, when clients are coming in or agents from other offices are coming in, everyone's got to wear a mask. What if the only people in the office are the people who actually work there? Well, you still got to keep 6 feet apart. It's up to you whether you think it's a good idea to also wear a mask, but there's no particular requirement on that. By the way, a couple of things I forgot to say. Remember I talked about these 15-day notices? They don't count weekends and holidays. Same thing with 3-day notices. Remember, you can use 3-day notices right now to evict people for violating other terms of the lease, but do not use a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit between now and February 1st. Remember, to evict someone for non-payment of rent, it's got to be a 15-day notice, and which aren't going to be available till the end of September. You cannot use a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit. And even if you give them the 15-day notice and they respond in 15 days with this COVID declaration of financial hardship signed under penalty of perjury, you cannot evict them even on February 1st. All you can do is sue them for the money on March 1st. Remembering, of course, after September 1st, if they didn't pay the 25%, you could evict them on February 1st for not paying the 25%, even if they submitted a declaration. So it's a slightly different rule. That's why there are slightly different forms, okay? Another question people ask me, well, I get a new tenant now. I'm negotiating to get a new tenant, and I'm worried about this COVID, that they're going to have a COVID thing once they move in there. Can I demand, can the tenant agree to pay me advance rent that is non-refundable even if they get sick? Yes. But make sure it's at least 6 months of advance rent, okay? And remember, I said you can always give someone cash for keys. That's still legal. But what you cannot do is have a new lease or new rental agreement where the tenant says, I hereby waive my rights under the Tenant Relief Act. You know, you can give me a 3-day notice. I don't forget the declaration. I'm putting in writing, I waive my rights. No, definitely not. You can't waive, no one can waive don't try to get the tenant to agree in writing to waive their rights. That is a real problem. You know, getting back to the hot market issues, one thing I wanted to mention was, what about a buyer who puts in their offer, my deposit is non-refundable. So they're trying to make their offer look good, says, I'm telling you right now, no matter what, you keep my deposit. If I can't buy it, you keep my deposit. In fact, I'll release the money to you now. I'll release the money to you as soon as we open escrow, non-refundable. Even if the buyer agrees to that, it's not enforceable. Don't waste your time. Even if the buyer and seller agree to that, if it turns out later the buyer can't buy it, they get that money back, even though it was already released to the seller. Now, if you sign liquidated damages and it's no more than 3% of the purchase price, and the buyer has removed their contingencies and they can't perform, yeah, in that case, they can lose their deposit. But that's not saying it's non-refundable right up front, right? We still have the liquidated damages, okay? We're getting questions now about for some reason it's coming up more and more now about commission rebates. Remember, those are legal. You can say to a prospective buyer, if you work for me, if you work with me, I will give you back part of the commission I get at close of escrow. That's enforceable. If it actually happens, this must be disclosed to the buyer's lender. Does that mean it has to be on the purchase contract? No, but it's got to be disclosed to the buyer's lender, but it is perfectly legal. And people don't like it, but you can actually approach a buyer who's already working with someone, as long as they don't have an exclusive agreement, and you can, try to persuade that buyer to leave their agent and come to you because you're going to offer them a rebate or something. Now, when it comes to procuring cause, I mean, if that first buyer has already showed them the property, then they have a good procuring cause argument, right? So keep that in mind. I'm almost done here. Let me just wrap up here. A couple of questions. What's the recourse for a listing agent that continually shows a property but doesn't do any cleaning? Remember, it's the showing agent's responsibility. I will say to you right now, the DRE is starting to take action. So, and you know what? Sellers sometimes have hidden cameras and they see these agents in the property not cleaning. And then they're going after the agents. They can go after, they can sue them. And the DRE now is starting to take some action against people who violate these rules. Okay. Let's see. I don't see any more questions. We're almost done here. In fact, the latest DRE thing was, imagine this. There was a listing agent who had a seller who lived there was COVID positive and didn't even tell the people who came onto the property. Not the people who came on before they became positive. They didn't even tell the people who came onto the property after the seller had tested positive. So yeah, the DRE thought that was a pretty bad case. So the DRE is going to go after that agent. Anyway, so the DRE is involved. Of course, local law enforcement can enforce these laws. I think the real thing that's going to enforce these laws, though, are lawsuits. Sellers have cameras. Sellers are watching what's going on in their property. We all need to follow these rules. They're not going to be around forever. They're designed to keep everybody safe and healthy. And I'm concerned as your lawyer, of course, about lawsuits. So you can do that. I think I'm pretty much all done here, unless there's any very last minute questions. I'm checking my phone, but not seeing anything. I'll wait. I think I got one more minute. I just want to make sure that no one asks a question. By the way, if you want to email me a question that comes up to you later, if you're a realtor, you can email me anytime you want, govh@car.org, govh@car.org, and you can email me your questions. Call the hotline, of course, but you can also email me. I will get back to you. I get back to you probably within 24 hours at the latest. Call the legal hotline. We're very busy, but we're here for you. We want to help you. We're always available to help you. Let us know. Give us your comments. on the forms, things you like or don't like, or the laws or anything like that. We'll keep you posted with everything that's going on. What do I see happening in the future? We just don't know. At some point, this is going to end. We're going to be back doing open houses. At some point, evictions are going to be back to normal, but no one knows for sure. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to sign off. And it's been nice talking to all you guys. I can't wait till I can start talking to people in person. One day that'll be true again. But for now, we're doing everything virtually and remotely. Send me the emails, send me calls, call the hotline. We're here for you. Let us know what's going on. Let us know what you need. And I think I will say, I think I've hit the time.
Now on deck is our Women's Powerhouse panel.
Hello, everyone. I am Eileen Oldroyd, affectionately known as Green Eileen because of my love for the environment. And I am actually a member of Orange County Realtors, a proud member of Orange County Realtors. I'm also a CAR director. I am currently the Women's Council of California State President, which is a wonderful position to be in. Even though we are in the world of COVID, I have to say that this has been a tremendous year of leadership. And I'm also the chair at NAR of the Sustainability Advisory Group. And today, I'm really excited to have Women Pow Her House panel with Leslie Ruda-Smith, Shannon McGann, and Jennifer Branchini. Now let's spell out Powerhouse. P-O-W, capital H, capital E, capital R, Pow Her House panel. I like to affectionately call it Leading with Grace and Grit because that's really what we are doing during this pandemic and all the other stuff that is happening this year in the year of 2020. In fact, I was part of a panel. I was part of a panel in Woman Up that we had last week, and one of the first speakers, Tara Nicole. I'll just start with that. Tara Nicole. She talked about us being the ancestors of this time, just like we had ancestors in World War II. We're the ancestors of 2020, considering everything that we're going through. And right now it's orange skies because it seems like all of the West Coast is ablaze. But it's not about me, it's about we. It's about these wonderful leaders that we're going to be having a panel about, Leading with Grace and Grit. So I want to get straight to our introductions, and I'm going to start with Shannon McGann. So Shannon McGann is Senior Vice President until today. So I have my little pencil right here. I'm going to cross out Senior Vice President of Government Affairs and write in Chief Advocacy Officer because we just got a memo from Bob Goldberg that she's been promoted because two staples in the industry, Bill McCasian and Joe Vitrone, have retired, and she is now CAO, Chief Advocacy Officer for the National Association of Realtors. She is responsible for managing NAR's federal legislative and political affairs and political representative teams. She provides strategic advice on public policy issues impacting NAR and helps direct its independent expenditure and public advocacy programs. But here's the dealio. Shannon is the first woman to hold the Chief Advocacy Officer. Actually, she was the first woman to be the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs. Now she's the first woman to be the Chief Advocacy Officer and brings with her nearly 2 decades of experience working on the Hill, essentially working on the Hill. She's focusing on working on behalf of all of our members, all 1.406, I believe, to be specific, to promote and protect property ownership for people across the United States. So welcome, Shannon. So wonderful to have you here. We also have Leslie Ruda-Smith. She's a realtor for nearly 35 years from Plano, Texas. Is it Plano or Plano, Leslie? Plano. Okay. It's Plano, like Beverly Hills. We have Rodeo Drive when actually in Texas it's Rodeo Drive, right? Same thing? She's the broker associate of Dave Perry Miller Real Estate in Dallas, where she specializes in real estate and ranch and their country real estate, along with her husband, Brian, who's another powerhouse realtor, and her children, Kristen and Austin. She is originally from Ohio, but I'm going to quote her. I'm going to steal your thunder, Leslie, when I say you got to Texas as quick as you could.
Yeah. And roped me a cowboy.
Yeah, and roped her a cowboy. And I've met Brian. He is a wonderful, wonderful man. Jennifer Brancini, a very good friend of mine, is currently 2020 treasurer of the California Association of Realtors. She's a licensed realtor since 1998, an agent with Better Homes and Gardens, Reliance Partners in Pleasanton, California, and a member of Bay East Association, where she served as association president in 2014. She received the Outstanding Leader Award in 2017, which does not surprise me. As a state level, she served on the CAR Board of Directors since 2010. She served previously as vice chair of strategic planning and finance, and of course now she's chair because she's treasurer, and she is the immediate past chair of NAR's meeting and conference committee. She also has mad Peloton skills, and somehow she took her entire family on a trip to Europe, and all they had with them were their backpacks as their luggage. So one day we're going to have that conversation about how the heck you do that with 3 children. So let's get right to it. I want to get right to the questions. We talked about how we wanted this conversation to go, and essentially we just wanted to feel as if we're just having a conversation together, even though we're not in a living room with a nice glass of Cabernet, or for me it would be Scotch. I just recently got my ice cubes that are like one big ball, like those ice cube makers, and it's like my husband uses them every day for his water. I'm like, this is safe for Scotch. Okay, that's fine. I'll let him use my ice cubes. After all, as we realize, we have to choose our battles right now, because when COVID started happening, this pandemic started happening, we were used to a rhythm of things. So on an NAR level, let's start with February. So we had President's Circle, then we had Leadership Camp. I'm probably getting out of order now. So we had Leadership Camp. We had mid-year. We had mid-year. We have Leadership Camp. We have committee selections. There's so many things that just consecutively rolled along. And I know that all of you have been involved for over a decade. So my question is like, what started going through your head when all of a sudden we're just shutting down and we're sheltering in place? 3-part question here. What started going through your head? What leadership skills prepared you for dealing with this type of world pandemic, first time in modern history? And what leadership skills did you need to learn very quickly to get up to speed to start handling as things started coming down the pike?
I can tell you that I was on cloud 9 because I was going to get to stay home and not travel. And so I called my husband. I said, I hope you love me a lot. And he goes, why? And I said, because I'm going to be home for 6 weeks. And he goes, you are? And I said, yeah. Little did we know it was going to be 6 months and a year and who knows from now. Mm-hmm. But we've enjoyed it. But I will tell you, it was like, so what is this coronavirus thing? What's going on? I was at another meeting for my state. We had an emergency coronavirus LT meeting with NAR to tell us the AEI was canceled. But I wasn't allowed to tell anyone. And I was with my state AE and state COO. And they're going, did they say anything? And I said, they're going to make an announcement this afternoon. I don't know. But of course I did, but I wasn't allowed to say anything. I got to tell you, it's a whole lot harder doing this than it is traveling. I may be home more, so all my cabinets, drawers, and cupboards are cleaned out. But that's beside the point. I can tell you, when you're introduced to go up and speak on a stage, staff's already taken care of the podium manual or the teleprompter or whatever you need. Right. Now I have to make sure everything works, the lighting is good, that I have good bandwidth. If there's any chats going on, any questions in the chat box, how many people were there, read my audience and try and figure out what I'm going to say. So there's just a few of the things you have to think about through all of this. And it is not easy, but I will tell you what kind of prepared me for it was when I was VP of NAR in 2013, I was speaking in Iguazu, Brazil. And I was on a panel in front of thousands of people, and I did not speak Portuguese, so I had a translator. So everything I said, he repeated. I had no idea if he repeated it like I said it, because I don't speak their language. And all of a sudden, my husband, who was sitting with Janet Branton, comes up to the stage, takes a little placard, sets it on the front of the stage and says, "You need to cut this off." Which meant it was taking forever because of the translation part. So I learned then, it doesn't matter what your language barrier is, you have to learn to adapt. And what else it taught me was, when we're all at our conventions and we see these thousands of people that come from other countries with headsets on, translating what we are saying, I was the one with the headset on. So I got to find out what it was like to be them. Mm-hmm. And I've just learned that, you know what, you just adapt and you roll with what you're dealt. So yeah. It's been interesting, but we're getting there.
We are getting there. And it's true. Like we are real estate professionals. That means we're the queens of multitasking. And all of a sudden we're learning new skills as we're multitasking. And that has us accessing a different part of our brain, which is really, really tiring. So, it's just, this has been exhausting, but also so exciting because it's just, we're learning so many new things. So Jennifer, I'm going to go to you. So what have you had to learn very quickly, and what leadership skills did you rely on that you already had?
It seems like, 2 years ago that this all started. We've been having so much fun with this. Well, what was interesting is timelines. I had just come back from DC. I think Shannon was my last dinner out with people outside of my bubble in DC. And then once we came back Friday, I was to turn around and get on a plane again Monday to go to Los Angeles for our off-site strategic planning meeting. And while we were in DC, Congress had been meeting around coronavirus, and notes were going up and handshakes stopped, and hand sanitizer was everywhere. And so you kind of came back a little unnerved about it. And then Monday had a conversation with staff, and I made the call to cancel the meeting. And, just calling all of our folks from strategic planning and saying, okay, our 2 days, so 6 or 7 hours each day of meeting is now going to be on Zoom. So learning very quickly, because that was basically the next day, how to engage with a new platform that virtually, we'd used a little bit, but nothing like we use now. And so I think that was one piece of it, was learning how to engage the folks that were part of your meeting, because we were at a very critical time. We just finished our budget review meeting this last Friday, so that was sort of the kickoff to all of this. So you can't have people be silent or off camera. We need that engagement. And the other piece of it was sort of the human side of things, right? So I look at everything that was going on very quickly that as it happened, and watching, my colleagues across the U.S., my colleagues in California, all kind of go into this mode of panic and paralyzation, if you will, of not really knowing what to do. I mean, we're realtors. We're very controlling, and we couldn't control this and couldn't make it go away. So I kind of looked at it, was like, we have, I think any leader has really in this situation, like three choices, right? We can just kind of be silent because we don't really know what to say. You can panic and be reactive, which doesn't do anyone any good. Or really you can just step up and show up and be authentic and be transparent. And I think that was the piece that I really looked at as a new member of the leadership team for CAR. I was just getting my feet wet, and then you're thrown into this chaos, if you will, very, very quickly. And so one of the things that I started to do was just post kind of what I was going through, and what were the first steps? How do you take a step? Because this paralyzation mode was really, really difficult. And so I think that was able to show an approachability as a leader, and I've had some great conversations from that moving forward. So I know we'll get more into that later.
Yeah, you really have done a wonderful job on social media, because when you're in any kind of trauma or where things just aren't going, in this type of experience, unpredictability, unprecedented times, which is an overused term, kind of like the new normal. That's an pivot, new normal. We should have like pandemic bingo, like 2020 bingo of all the things that are overused. But you just did such a wonderful job of being authentic and sharing what your life is like, but also being helpful, also truly being a leader. And and it also reminded me of something that we talked about last week during Woman Up about Sheryl Sandberg wrote a book called Option B, where if things aren't the way you want them to go or where you expected them to go, that you can build resilience. And she has a great website where you can learn how to be resilient, which is all what we're all learning how to do. And so I highly recommend that we go there just to know that we're, once again, not alone, and these are skills that we could learn together. So Shannon, you had a rhythm too when it came to going to the offices on the Hill and talking to legislators and where their meetings were, and how, that you could easily pick up the phone and call them or talk to staff. So what was it like for you, where all of a sudden they're not available? All of a sudden they're working from home and on Zoom calls, and you're probably on a really intimate level with some of these, with some of these legislators. So what leadership skills did you have to rely on very quickly?
When everything went out the window and the whole world changed. First of all, thank you so much, Eileen, for having us here today. It's great to be able to chat with you all. I'm sad that it's virtual, but next time in person. And Jennifer, thank you for sharing that warm memory. I forgot that we did get that dinner with CAR before the stay-at-home orders hit. So this, it does feel like it was years ago, but just think back to March of this year. And our CEO, Bob Goldberg, who is very forward-looking, and he understands adaptation better than anyone I've ever worked with. At the beginning of March, he saw where this was going and said, okay, I want NAR staff to stay at home for 2 days and do a full remote work to stress test the situation and to make sure that we are able to connect to the internet and we can do Zoom or Blue Jeans or whatever the service was, calls, and make sure that it works in case we all do have to stay at home. And it was just few weeks prior to that we were at President's Circle Conference. I had been going to meetings on Capitol Hill and having dinners, and we had one dinner that was right before the pandemic really hit. That was an Ireland Fund dinner with Speaker Pelosi. And I'm there with multiple members of Congress, and we're thinking it'll be okay. And then the next day, everything shuts down. So we had to figure out at that point, not just how do we engage as staff, how do we engage with members, and the big picture, how do we get our mid-year meetings in place? How do we bring 10,000 people to Capitol Hill if Capitol Hill is closed? And so we were, I think, the first and the largest organization to host our annual fly-in meetings completely virtually. We turned it around in about 5 weeks. And we took something that was normally a 5-day process and spread it out over a couple of weeks and didn't miss a beat. We had board of directors, we had every single, the policy discussions, the political discussions, we activated our FPCs to go and speak to members of Congress. But the most important part about all of that is that we tripled our attendance. So we normally get, a little under 10,000 realtors who will come into town, which is huge. You don't want to be in the Rayburn cafeteria lining up for a hamburger when realtors are in town, but we went from that to nearly 30,000 registrants who participated in the virtual mid-year meetings. And the big lesson that we learned from that is, one, it can be done, that our members are so engaged and they're willing to still just awkwardly sit in front of a computer screen, because at that point it hadn't really been done. And two, this new approach is something that we can take into the future. So even if we are able to do the full in-person fly-in, having a hybrid approach where we can ensure those lines of communication are open, and because you have important things to do at home and you've got clients to serve and kids to feed and all these other things going on, that you can still participate in these really important events. And we had people calling us from major national conferences saying, how did you do it? We were the best practice for turning that around without a hitch. At some point, I'll tell you behind the scenes some of the scary stories of things that didn't go well, but as far as what everybody saw, it looked great. And, there are always some hiccups, but we learned lessons along the way. And I think we're going to be in a really good position moving forward.
Yeah, I have to say, I know how NAR did it. You have amazing staff. The staff there is second to none. And as a chair of a committee, I was one of those people that had to learn how to do a meeting with people I've never met before, and staff just coached me, and they had talking points, we had run-throughs, and it was done on a turn of a dime. I mean, that's, here we are where we're so used to everything happening on a particular schedule, and now it's like, okay, 2 weeks out, we're having this meeting, and we had that for the Sustainability Summit. It was a 2-week window for like, we're doing it, like, okay, and so I think that part of us, I talked to a great coach named Corey Mendoza, and she said part of us needs to be grounded, ready, and steady at all time. Like that soccer goalie. Like, I don't know where it's coming from, but I've got all my tools in place, and I'm ready for whatever happens. And so that's part of it. And part of it is being adaptable. Like, we just need to be adaptable and have a great sense of humor. Seriously, I think humor is gonna get us through this. And Shannon, you referred to being with our families. So here we are, once again, we travel a lot, especially as a high-level volunteer. And I personally love to travel because that means I get a great night's sleep and I need a little break from the hubby. And it's just me and the hubby and the dogs and my business. But for all of you, you have families and business as well. So here we are, our kids are home from school. They need us. Not only do they need us for just reassurance that everything's going to be okay, but we're their chef, we're their referee when they start getting little arguments, we're their teacher, their tutor, their nurse, their nurturer. It's like, how the heck did you make it all work? Because this is really what comes down to leading with grace and grit. But also, you have staff and employees too. So your family and your husbands may be like kind of losing it at different times, but your staff and coworkers are losing it at different times too. So how did you keep it all together for yourself and for them? So I'm going to start with Jennifer on this.
Well, I think, to be completely honest, I don't think we kept it together all the time. I think there's certainly plenty of tears that have been shed in my household. I have three kids. One of them she's just started her second year at Cal Poly, and her coming home, that was an adjustment, and obviously a surprise, just like all of our kids suddenly becoming homeschoolers. And then I have a soon to be 16-year-old on Wednesday, and then a 12-year-old. And so moving online, I think the first couple of weeks was they were having, at least the 12-year-old was having a great time. He thought snack time and lunchtime was, it was like every 30 minutes when he would get off his call and it was time for another snack. It was pretty hilarious. That's funny. And then we sort of got into, routines. I will say, I don't know, I must have done something right because my kids all baked our way through the first few months. So I had brownies and cookies and muffins and breads and all those things that you could imagine. And Kate has now gone back to school and moved into an apartment. So we're down to 2 kids at home and less baking, which is probably really good for me. My husband was, partially furloughed during those several months. Mm-hmm. He's a sports writer. And so, trying to keep his morale up, and then of course real estate was stopped for a period of time. It was definitely challenging, right? So we set goals. We made chore lists that we hung up at home to keep people motivated. We, you mentioned the Peloton. I don't know if it was my intuition, but last year when I knew I was going to be traveling a lot for the next several years with CAR, I told Cam that I really wanted to get a Peloton because once I am home, I don't want to leave. And so I thought that would be a great way that I could have some consistent exercise. Mm-hmm. Little did I know that would be one of my saving graces during this time. And not just because I can ride all the time, but because we've created groups of our realtor friends within California and outside of California, and we ride together. And so that has been huge. So family, certainly a handful of friends have been a great support system. And then exercise, right? We all need that time to clear our heads and just kind of get that anxiety out, because every day is not an easy day, no matter who you are. So
no, it's every day. Every day is like, okay, what do we have today? You know, like that soccer goalie.
Yeah.
So Shannon, you too.
One foot in front of the other.
Exactly. So Shannon, you too have young children at home. So how did you make it work?
Not as well as Jennifer. It worked poorly in our house. We got through the summer with a lot of Pop-Tarts and Paw Patrol. That seems to keep them occupied. A lot of me on a Zoom call, muting and stopping the video to yell, "Go outside, just go outside, just be out there." So 2 boys, they're 8 and 5, they're rambunctious. There was a lot of fighting. And you see when they don't have the stimulation of friends or going to a school, or normally in the summer, you're doing a lot of camps, that it ends up, they just get, a little rambunctious at home. But we're very grateful that they're both back at school, at least for now, knock on wood, with contingency plans to do remote as well. But we noticed within just 2 days of them being back at school that the intellectual stimulation, and then they just were kind of calmer at home, just came home and took care of their homework and, watched a show, and it wasn't as bad. But I think I did the same thing, Leslie, that you did. I made the announcement to my family, guess who's not traveling? Because when I first started in October of 2018, and Bill Malcasian, who announced his retirement today and has been an amazing mentor to me. And he has worked 40 plus years in realtor world, and said, hey, here are all the events you want to go to. I said, okay, this seems like a lot, and I've got young kids at home. He said, no, trust me, it's fun. I had a blast. I absolutely loved traveling. I loved being at these events. I loved dancing with you, Leslie, at events, and being able to meet so many thousands of realtors across the country. But I thought, okay, it'll be nice to be home for a little while, and I'm ready to get back. I'm ready to get back on the road. And I think that it is a really important part of our jobs to, don't tell members of Congress that I said this, but I prefer the FaceTime with our realtor members, and understanding and having those conversations about what's really happening in your home state, in your hometown, which I think folks are more likely to discuss when they're outside of DC and they're actually in the element of your work and your family and your home. So I miss it. I can't wait to get back on the road at some point soon, safely, when it's okay, and when we know that all of our members are going to be safe to do so. But I think it will be fun when we can see each other again.
Yeah, I agree. And realtors are kind of like mini politicians in a weird, in a way. And maybe that's why I relate. Yeah, it's like that's how we relate to going to the Hill, and why Ledge Day is so popular at CAR. When you go to Sacramento, there's thousands of us. It's like because we're involved in the community. We like solving problems. We like hearing what people's stories are. So it's like I get it why we are the most powerful trade organization in the world, essentially. So Jennifer mentioned it, and you mentioned it too a little bit, about having a routine, like how important it is to have a routine, especially in crisis management. They always talk about that. If something disrupts your family, get into a routine as quickly as possible. And although Jennifer failed to mention that her son, for the first 2 weeks, his routine was eating only orange things, which I thought was fascinating. Leslie, you have a routine that is enviable. So I love your routine. So what is yours?
I don't know that it's very consistent, but I do like to work out, and I like to jet ski. So as soon as this call is over, I'm heading out to my jet ski, because unfortunately, as I told you ladies before, our lake house that was not on the market is now sold, and I am a tenant in my own house. So it's a little awkward, but I have about 3 weeks left here, and that ship sails and we're on to something else. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure I'll find another project to do, but I do enjoy working out. That is like what Jennifer was saying. It's like your outlet. It keeps you balanced, and that's my time to do my thing. I used to go to a place to work out, and so my phone was in the little cubby. So unfortunately, when I work out, yes, I'm looking at my phone. It used to be if you text me or call me, I'm not getting it because my phone is in the cubby. But unfortunately, that's not the way the world is today. We have a team of 8. So, I manage the team, and I got to tell you, I mean, I hate saying this when I think about all of you on the West Coast and what you're dealing with the fires and the smoke. And I can tell you 20 years ago, I had 2 young children and 2 elderly in-laws to take care of. My husband's an only child. And I thought I was going to lose my mind. And if I had to homeschool my kids and figure out what to do to take care of them, or even to be able to see them and have COVID, I don't know what I would do. So my heart goes out to all of you who are dealing with all of this at the same time. And then now you are dealing with the fires. I can't imagine what it's like in your world, but I'm here for you if there's anything I can do. And I do have extra bedrooms. If you ever want to come and hang out, you are more than welcome. I am very fortunate that I have an amazing husband who is also a realtor, 2 kids that are realtors. And I'll tell you what the hardest part was when COVID started was our son had been dating a girl for 6 years, and he broke up with her 2 days before COVID hit. And we can't see him, and he can't see us, and we don't know his emotional state at this point, and we can only talk to him on the phone. But just to make a long story short, he said, "Mom, you know how you always said when you're madly in love with someone, you'll know it? Well, I'm there." So he's dating this awesome girl that we all love, and it all came out with a happy ending.
Aww.
But it's kind of funny, too. We're known as the crazy dog family. He said, "Mom, I'm going to foster a dog." I said, "Yeah, Austin, well, good luck with that." I said, "You'll be a foster failure just like your mother." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "You're not fostering a dog." I said, "As soon as it comes to your house, it will be yours, like every dog that comes to our house." And those are our kids now, are all the 4-legged ones, which are in another room to stay away from me. Mm-hmm. But anyway, he said he was going to just foster it. Well, that didn't work out. 2 days later, they told him that this dog was an escape artist. So he had it in a crate. He had left it for 48 hours. He put a piece of furniture up against the crate, made sure everything was closed, went to a friend's house, came back in the middle of the night, crate's open, furniture's moved, windows open, dog is gone out of a 2nd-story window.
Oh, no.
And he's like, "Oh my God, I'm going to get in so much trouble from this place." Anyway, to make a long story short, that dog showed up 24 hours later on his front porch.
Oh, meant to be.
And the foster lady was not very happy because she thought it should have been her front porch. She had the dog since Christmas. So anyway, to make a long story short, they came to the lake house to do some stuff. There was a dog they watched almost get hit by a car 4 times. He has 2 dogs now. So much for fostering dogs. And anyway, it's been, we've been fortunate that we have an amazing market right now in our area. And that's why our lake house sold, because there's nothing on the market. And somebody came to us and said, "Would you sell it for this?" And we're like, "Seriously? Yeah, we'll sell it for that." And of course, I've had a lot of regrets because I have time to enjoy it now. But you know what? You have to do what you have to do, because there is going to be a time. Well, we will get back to more of what we used to do. But I do think it'll be more of a hybrid of what we're doing now and what we used to do. So I think you're going to continue to see more Zoom calls and probably a little bit less travel in leadership than we've seen before. Mm-hmm. And I think one thing we've learned is you don't have to go to DC or Chicago to a green room to do a film. You can now do it with your own green screen in your own house or your own office or whatever. So I think there's a lot of things that maybe we went places to do that we will not do now. Right. So I think it's going to be a lot different.
Very different. And of course, that makes my heart sing. Less travel, less pollution. So I'm like, this COVID thing's playing out pretty good when it comes to environmental things that are near and dear to my heart. So obviously your son was a foster failure, if I have that.
Double foster failure.
And it's like
worse than I gave him credit for.
And all of the shelters are empty. We're getting our cats, we're getting dogs. It's just, I think the sense of intimacy we have with each other, and it was mentioned earlier with the REACH panel, and accelerated evolution was talked about with the REACH panel. I think that we've always had this sense of community that we've longed for, and somehow COVID has brought it here in our own living rooms, because we just see things that we never ever would have seen. And it's like, oh, that's, as Jennifer mentioned earlier, it's like, that's just authentic. That's just real. Like, I really appreciate it. And even though we have the virtual background, we probably have a little bit of dirty laundry that's in the back behind us, or we have, dirty dishes in the sink, or a kid or a dog barking, or the trash garbage man going by in the street and hearing that noise. And I say the future is kind of like Zoom rooms, where we're going to have these soundproof, great great rooms that we could do filming. And I know that Amazon was out of green screens for a while, like they were sold out of green screens, and they're sold out of these great cameras with good microphones. And so I think that's kind of like, instead of having like MTV Cribs had the boom boom room, it's going to be the Zoom room. That's going to be the big selling points with hopefully in the future. So we only have a few more minutes together. We only have about 10 more minutes together, and I want to get to another two more questions if I can. And this one is about the high level of leadership that all of you are at. And we started with the pandemic, and it was all of us were in it together. We're better together. We're all here. Then we had the tragic death of George Floyd, and then we were separated, and now elections are less than 60 days away, and we're polarized again. And I feel as if even though we had the pandemic to bring us forward, we have horrible circumstances that are bringing us apart. So I would imagine that all three of you feel this hypersensitivity to the pressure that is on you as a leader to make right decisions, to be having great protocol. So if you could describe yourself as a leader, how would you describe yourself? How do you want to be remembered as a leader, and how do you want people to talk about you when you leave a room? So Shannon, I'm going to start with you on that one.
Sure. Thanks, Eileen. I think the most important part of leadership is listening. It's understanding what are the issues that are before you, who are the people who are trying to get your attention, who are communicating with you, and listening before you offer up solutions. One of the other important things I'm bragging on our CEO, Bob Goldberg, and he's probably not listening to this, but he put together a list of core values for staff. These are what he wants us to follow, and it is an important part of our job descriptions, and it's part of our performance, and this is what he reviews. And these are more of their values and their character traits, but they're things that I think that all leaders could be following. Members first is the top one, where we're always putting our realtors first. Whenever there's a situation that comes up, the first thing that we ask is, okay, well, how does this impact our members, and what can we do on their behalf? Leading change and understanding that in order to be a leader, you have to be willing to be uncomfortable or make other people uncomfortable to get to the change that's needed, and to be a visionary and to lean in and see where we can be in 6 months or 6 years from now. Communication and collaboration, which are important parts of any organization. And I think that realtor members especially thrive at that. I've worked 20 years in DC and mostly in the communication space, and I've never met a more communicative and collaborative group of people. I think it's just it's wonderful to see the friendships that are built, and with those friendships come the opportunity to lead that change and to see a new vision for the future. And we also focus on respect, which is a core tenet of everything that you do in life, and respecting even those who you may disagree with, or you have. We work with that a lot on Capitol Hill, where we might have disagreements on policy solutions, or we might be pushing one thing, but we always work with respect to ensure that we're communicating that properly. And then we also have encouraging diversity, equality, and inclusion to ensure that our organization is working well together to celebrate those core values and to make sure that we're the ones who are making the change. So I think that I like to communicate what those core values are, because I don't think a lot of members know that these are things that the staff works on and that we're focused on every day. I mean, I have it on my computer. We're consistently every decision, every action that we take, we're looking at these values, and I think that it's something that other people could benefit from doing as well.
Mm-hmm. And I do like how you described yourself when we had our original call about your style of leadership, and you said it was Mama Bear. Like,
thank you for reminding me. But I'm a very protective person. It's very much here I am working with 1.4 million realtors. Like I want to protect my team and to ensure that my job isn't to lead the team, but to ensure that the team has the ability to go out there and to create that change and to have their voice heard and to protect the space that you're in.
Right. And as we were saying earlier, when people are just losing it at random times, there's nothing that feels better than what Zippy told me today when I was driving up here to the studio. Like, I'm a little nervous. She goes, "I got you, boo." It's like those few words, like, oh, you're right. I like, thank you. Like for the mama bear leadership, mama bear leader is knowing that, yeah, you got us. It makes us feel great. So Leslie, what kind of leader are you?
It's interesting. When I was on the campaign trail, one of my favorite quotes of myself that I made up years ago is that I am under construction every day. I look at things that people do and say, I don't ever want to act like that. I look at things that people do and go, wow, that's pretty cool. I want to be more like that. And I had someone say to me, you sound like a weak leader, that you're under construction every day. And I said, no, I sound like a real leader, a real person who's not perfect, who makes mistakes and can always improve and evaluate and be better every single day. And I quit saying that for the last several years. And I brought it up the first time at camp. And I had text messages from staff and volunteers saying, I love that line. And even Ma Bell just called me last week and she said, I just want you to know I still haven't quit thinking about what you said, that you're under construction every day. And I said, wow. And to think I quit saying it because of what one person said to me. They shut me down. Why did I let them shut me down? So I would say that I treat everyone the same. And I don't think there's anyone that would tell you any differently. I don't care if you're the CEO of the largest corporation in the world or you're the janitor at the school down the street from me. I will treat everyone the same. I will be kind to everyone. There are some people that I might not want in my life, but I will say hello and, I will always be nice. I hope people will look and say, she's the right leader at the right time. She's who we need right now. She has the energy and she's positive and has a great attitude. And we need that in times like this. But I can also tell you that the right leader at the right time is without question your very own Vince Malta. Who on earth do you know that has more patience than that man to handle all that we've been through? And y'all don't even know this probably, that he had a really serious bicycle accident where he broke his clavicle and ribs. And he was literally on an LT call the next day and he never moved or winced like he was in pain. And no one ever knew because he is that amazing. And I can tell you when we had our test calls for board of directors for legislative meetings in May, it was a good idea that Vince was our president because some of the questions that our members ask because they choose not to listen, I don't know that everyone would have handled it as respectfully and professionally as he did. I think I would have done a good job, but honestly, I think Vince did as good a job as anybody could have done. And probably, he's definitely the right guy at the right time. And so I feel like, I hope people will say that about me being first vice president and soon to be president-elect. And as we continue forward, who knows when we're going to come out of this? Is it going to be when I'm president-elect or is it going to be the year I'm president in 22? Time will tell. We don't know, but we will be ready. Yeah. So I'm here for you. If anybody ever wants to talk about anything, just let me know. But I do want to put a real quick plug in for NAR staff. The most amazing staff you could ever work with. Ever. I tell you, they make us look so much better than we deserve to look. They do such a phenomenal job. It's just amazing. I literally have calls set up that I'm speaking on. I have 2 chairs on wheels on a wood floor with 5 devices set up, all with the links for all the calls I'm on. As soon as I get off this one, I roll to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. When I hit the last one, I'm usually done for the day. But it's just a good feeling to know that you have everything ready now that it's all on you. Like when they called and said, your bandwidth isn't real good. You're kind of bleeding. I go, really? Am I supposed to do something about that? And they said, well, we're going to send you some satellites. And I go, and then what am I going to do about that? And they said, oh, you're allowed to have someone come in and put the satellites up. And I'm like, well, that's probably a good idea because it probably won't work if I'm in charge. But, it's still hard because you have the COVID thing going on. Can someone come in my house or am I going to get COVID from them? So it's been interesting. But I would hope that people would say that we were resilient through all of this.
Yeah, and I did not know that about Vince, that he had a broken clavicle and ribs that talk about painful. Truly leading with grace and grit. That's Vince Malta. Seriously.
That's him.
Yeah, that is. Wow, that's good to know. And Jennifer, besides being exceptionally authentic, how do you want to be remembered as a leader? What is your essence as a leader?
Well, as you know, I'm a non-hugger. But what I want to say about that is that doesn't make me less sensitive. And so I really do believe that, if I walked out of the room and people were talking about me, I would hope that they would say that I was a thoughtful leader. I kind of go into everything with observing eyes. It's sort of the nature of the business as well. And I listen and I'm sensitive to everyone that's around me and what the mood is in the conversation. And so I think that, what that brings to the table right now is where we are understanding that our members in California are feeling isolated. And so, I'm working with staff on developing something that will help support wellness and the mental health of our members. And then also being inclusive, right? We started this conversation in February before all this went down at strategic planning with regards to, I had a fair housing panel, and we committed to having tough conversations, and committed to being very inclusive. And that has led to a lot of amazing phone calls, hours and hours of phone calls with people that I did outreach with. And so yeah, I would say, I hope that people would say that I was a thoughtful leader.
And I would agree with them. Absolutely. And, I've become really good friends over this past year. And that's one thing that I greatly appreciate about you. And I appreciate that all three of you have different leadership styles, and we need to celebrate that. So I think that we are at the top of the hour. I wanted to have a speed round with you. The one question that I wanted to ask you very quickly, Wonder Woman or Cinderella? Shannon.
Oh, can I pass?
All right, Leslie. It's a trick question. Leslie.
But Cinderella had all those animals around her and they were singing and stuff. So that was
Snow White. That was Snow White. Oh, she did too. Snow White and Cinderella both did.
Cinderella had the mice, right? They were pretty cool. But I'll go Wonder Woman.
Okay. Leslie?
Wonder Woman.
Jennifer?
Well, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is neither. It would be a ninja, but I would go with Wonder Woman.
Well, I of course go Cinderella because she's the dark horse of all the Cinderella, the Disney princesses. She had to overcome incredible amount of not diversity. What's the D word I'm looking for? Difficulty. And considering her circumstances, she was not born a goddess. She was just born. She was born a princess, and she had to find her way. So I always say Cinderella. So thank you, all three of you, for being a part of this panel, taking time out of your day to inspire others. Hopefully, you got some amazing sound bites from these three powerful women. Of course, I want to say they're true dragon slayers. So maybe that's a choice that we should add to Cinderella, Wonder Woman, Ninja is Dragon Slayer. I'm Green Eileen Oldroyd, and I'm thank you, Orange County Realtors, for this incredible opportunity, and make it a great day.
Thank you, Eileen and Orange County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please enjoy a 15-minute break with our message of hope and sponsors.
Home is a simple word with a complex meaning.
Home is the place in which we receive initial nurture,
from where we go to make our way in the world, and to which we return,
in person or in thought, for shelter, warmth, and comfort.
Home has taken on a new meaning.
Home is not only a shelter, but also a classroom,
an office, a meeting room, and a gym.
Home is a sanctuary, a haven, a safe place to weather this storm.
Home is the setting for new experiences, new hobbies, and new passions.
Home is a place of familiarity, where we can laugh, celebrate, and be ourselves.
While enjoying the comfort of home, we're also feeling the power of community.
Coming together to discover new ways
to practice the essential business of real estate.
We are mastering virtual communications
to foster new and existing relationships.
We are donning masks, adapting to new protocols,
and evolving with this new virtual environment.
We are not only selling houses, we are improving
and growing our communities, reinventing ourselves and our businesses.
We are committed to working together to
preserve the American dream of homeownership.
That is why we will mask up, glove up, and show up
to fulfill our primary mission of bringing people home.
Welcome to California Regional Multiple Listing Service, CRMLS for short. CRMLS is the nation's largest and most recognized MLS, servicing tens of thousands of users. As of this video, over 140,000 real estate professionals can see the listings you put into CRMLS. We also have the largest MLS database of listings in the country, with over 100,000 listings currently active. At CRMLS, we offer our users far more than listing data. All users have access to over 24 cutting-edge real estate technology products through CRMLS, most available at no additional cost. CRMLS offers a host of MLS systems, mobile MLS options, marketing tools, multi-purpose platforms, and more. The CRMLS education team is here to help. With decades of MLS experience and training on all CRMLS products, our systems experts are dedicated to helping you make the most of your business. We provide training on all our core products in person, through live online classes, and through a wealth of online avenues, including the CRMLS knowledge base and how-to videos. The CRMLS support department is Platinum certified. Customer care representatives proudly serve CRMLS users via live support 7 days a week. You're welcome to give us a call, chat with a representative online, or submit a ticket on any supported product. We work hard to keep listing data accurate. The CRMLS Compliance Department maintains a level playing field for all MLS users. Visit crmls.org/compliance to learn everything you need to know about how to follow the CRMLS rules and regulations. You may also access live chat for compliance on the Compliance widget in Matrix. With all these resources on hand, we're confident we can provide you with the best possible service. We're grateful to be your MLS and your partner. Please feel free to contact us with any questions.
Since the beginning of time, homes have been beautifully built using wood and lumber from the earth. When you invest in your home or property, this is an investment in your future and one you want to protect. Angelo Termite and Construction helps you guard your investment and retain the beauty and strength of your infrastructure. Destructive offenders such as termites, wood-destroying organisms, and pests can damage the structure and integrity of any building. Fortunately, there is a solution. Angelo Termite and Construction. Our specially trained and licensed professionals conduct an extensive inspection and treatment to eradicate destroyers. We are also licensed general contractors certified to make any needed structural repairs. We have helped save the day for more than 300,000 happy home and business owners since 1976. Call today to get started. 1-800-589-8809. Knowing is half the battle. AngeloTermite.com.
See you at 12:15 with John Murray. And now we have U.S. top producer Secret to Success with John Murray.
Okay. Awesome. Well, hello everyone. It's glad to be back in Orange County. Well, at least virtually. I actually miss it there. I lived there for a number of years, and really enjoyed it. Right off the south gate of Kodo on Pegasus Drive, and so I was looking forward to being there in person. I love being on stage more than Zoom meetings, but it is what it is. So hopefully everyone's safe and enjoying their time at home, and take advantage of whatever you can during this COVID virus, and hopefully you've improved your family life and been staying safe. So anyway, like to I didn't get to say this in person, so I'd like to say hello to the Orange County chapters of ARIA, NAREP, and NAREB. Diversity is so important now more than ever, and just wanted to give a shout out to them. So anyway, you guys can see my screen. I've been actually number one for 3 years in a row. I was the number one individual in 2011, followed by teamwork in 12 and 13. Then I was number two for the following 3 years, number two team, and then I dropped off to number 7 for a couple years. And I think last year I either didn't submit or I hit number 17. But in any case, what comes up must go down, and it was fun being on top. And I want to share some of the things that I learned with all you guys. So I'm, I can currently do a few things. I have a software as a service company, Realty Pilot. I'm president of Key Realty, which is here in Rockford, and we have offices in multiple states, Wisconsin, Florida, Puerto Rico, Colorado, DC, Maryland, Virginia. And I've personally listed and sold over 17,000 homes. So that's kind of a cool career. So moving on. What you're going to learn from me today is really how to leverage through people, how to systemize and scale your business, just how to think to be successful, my personal philosophy on life and work, and then I'll discuss some of my mistakes, because man, there's been plenty of those. If there's just one overarching word of advice I can say for mistakes is just fail fast and fail often, because it's the only way to really start narrowing down and making sure that you're always pushing yourself and always driving towards success. Gets me to what's your why? What drives you? That's the number one thing that everyone needs to just kind of sit back and take a deep breath and figure out, why are you doing what you're doing? And the why needs to, and just keep on, if you answer that question, what's your why, then keep on asking that at least 7 more times. So whatever your answer is, ask it again. Well, why is that important? And then keep on asking until you get down to, when you start switching from the mind version of why, things like, money and, lifestyle and these kinds of things, and you start transitioning into your heart, which is kind of the real underlying purpose of what drives you. And so you need to figure that out first, because without that, really anything in life is just not going to work as well as it could. And, you might get, you're not going to have that passion inside you. So, how did I discover my why? Well, first of all, my why deep down is I like to help people. So, fundamentally, that's at the core of what I want to do. And what I like doing is making sure that, people are helped through my businesses, through what I'm doing. And then secondarily, to make sure that my family is taken care of from a legacy standpoint. So, those are the two things. It really has nothing to do with, with money or glory or fame or, lifestyle. It really has everything to do with, helping people to the best of my ability, and then making sure that, my family can follow in those footsteps, and that there's a legacy of helping people that we've created. And so I really discovered that back when I was senior level IT. I was working really most of my initial adult life as an IT consultant, and for IBM Global Service, for large Fortune 500 companies running global infrastructure and operation projects. And my mother became, very, very ill. And then my father shortly thereafter, and they became incapable of taking care of themselves anymore. And so I have a twin brother who at the time lived in San Francisco, and he had multiple kids, and I was single at the time. So lo and behold, and I'm living in Chicago at the time. He's in San Francisco. My parents were right outside of Rockford in a little town called Byron. And so it was a pretty quick discussion on who needed to come and help mom and dad. So I begrudgingly at the time left my IT career and came and switched from running multi-billion-dollar global infrastructure and operation projects to a very simple life of what can I fix you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, mom, taking them to dialysis. My father wound up being in a car accident right after that, or actually before I moved, he was in a car accident and he was unable to take care of my mother with her failing health because he became a paraplegic in the car crash. So I wound up having to take care of not only my mother, but my father, who was a paraplegic. So I had to turn, I had to turn him in bed a lot to prevent bed sores. And it was both the hardest and most rewarding time frame in my life. I really didn't appreciate it at the time. I was very bitter about it. Angry. I had to leave my career. I'm stuck in this town of 2,000 people. Cows, corn, and then my mom and dad, and I'm having to wash and bathe them. So giving your mom a bath is a very humbling experience. And so I did that, every day for a number of years until they passed. And it was only afterwards that I realized how lucky I was that I had that opportunity to really get to know them and to repay the generosity that they had for my entire life. Certainly taking care of me growing up. So I mean that. So then I really focused on the lessons that my parents taught me, as far as they were deeply religious, so the faith in God and helping others and doing the right thing, and so that was part of that's how I discovered my why and what I need to do. And while I was being a caretaker and living in a small town, there's no high level IT positions there, so I started investigating and learning about real estate, and saw that there was a emerging bubble similar to the .com bubble that just crashed, which coincidentally I was heavily invested in that and lost everything. I mean, it was horrible. So it was a real dark time in my life. I lost my most of what I had built up based on the IT bubble. I lost my parents within a year of that, because they both died within a year of each other. So my life was pretty much at a rock bottom low. And so I had to find strength in what my parents taught me. I found God. I'd always been God's always been in my life, but I mean I really had to lean on him at that point and just try to really understand what's my purpose here. And then I started noticing the real estate and the bubble, and I'm like, I've been here before, I've seen this, and how can I capitalize on it? And so I correctly called the emerging, REO market back in 2003 when, business was booming, builders were building homes. I mean, I was laughed at and ridiculed getting into the business. And people are like, why are you getting into foreclosures? You're an idiot. New construction's at an all-time high. And I'm like, okay. So I felt a little bit like Noah in the Ark, where I'm building an ark in the middle of this desert, and there's just no one, everyone's making fun of me until the rain came. And then, fast forward, I became the number one REO guy. Well, actually, number one realtor in the country, based on units, and I remained that way for many, many years. So that's so regardless if people are trying to put you down or tell you that you can't do something, don't listen to them. If it's in your heart, then you move forward with it, and you will succeed. What problems or challenges did I have to overcome? That's pretty much the problems that I had to overcome. I just really, trying to start off with very little capital, with dead parents, with just really at the absolute lowest point in my life. It was very, very difficult to pick yourself up and move forward. I did that again through, belief in God and, family, friends, my family still keeps me centered in what I'm doing today and helping me, look forward to tomorrow. Okay. Greatest failure in business. There's been so many, I can't even describe to you. I like to, like I said at the beginning, I like to fail fast, fail often. And, because until you do that, you never know where the threshold is. So, I can relate it to outside of real estate. So, I was a competitive triathlete for, many years of my life. And then I switched to powerlifting. Again, both very driven type of sports where you have to have this internal passion to be able to, continue, and you're constantly trying to push your limit. You're finding your PR. You're finding that you're having to dig deep for that strength to be able to move forward. Because I believe in a full balanced life. Not just a workaholic, but really family, friends, God, the whole nine yards. You really have to have that on center, focused, and that really helps you achieve a lot more. So, I think I spoke here a couple of years ago, and I know that I had mentioned one of my biggest, a huge failure in real estate was not following up, and I still know that that's a huge thing today. But as a massive listing agent, I had 1,000 properties per month in my inventory in different stages, and that's a whole lot of homes, a whole lot of sellers, because I was exclusively a listing agent too. So. My numbers did not represent any kind of buyer side transactions. I was a single sided guy. I did only, listing presentations. And I would say with the listing presentations, I failed to track where those people were moving, because if they were selling their home or they got foreclosed on, or they and then even moving forward into transitioning from REO into traditional, which I've done very successfully as well. Even the first initial years of that, tracking people, and even if they were moving out of state, et cetera. Those are all referrals that you could have, because Realtor is a national organization, not just in town with your local association. And I really failed to capture the tens of thousands of people that I had contact information for that were ready, willing, and able. They were moving anyway. A lot of them even asked me for advice or help, or do I know anyone in these states? And at the time, I was too busy. I give that excuse. I was too busy, and I really dropped the ball on that. And then on the flip side, another huge failure was not identifying properly, or not being able to facilitate all the leads and calls and things that were coming in. Initially, I did a poor job tracking those, and and that translates even through today, which we do a great job now. But this has been very hard lessons learned, a lot of money spent, and a lot of money that I left a lot of money on the table. And, even basic, probably most of you guys are buying some kind of leads from some kind of source. We'll just say Zillow or Realtor.com are the two biggest ones, or maybe Facebook or whatever. If you don't have a system that you're tracking these leads down, and you're filtering them, and you're understanding what your conversion rates are from the initial point of contact, from the first showing all the way through sale. If you're not tracking the numbers for these things, then you have no idea what your return on investment is, and you're just shooting money in the wind, because you may not realize if you're profitable or not. You could be losing money. It could be the most horrible investment that you're doing if you're not tracking it, and you have no idea. It's like, well, my phone's ringing a lot, I get some sales. No, that's not good enough. You need to really track and understand each and every call, each and every person, and be able to look at the hard numbers at the end of the week, day, month, whatever your criteria is, and really determine, does this make sense for me? And which are my best lead sources? What zip code? I mean, you can target it down to age group, demographic, zip code, et cetera, and really calculate just your lead cost per person. And in fact, you should understand your costs for everything. If you're a broker and you have agents in the office and you don't know how much money that agent or broker is costing you on a weekly or monthly basis, then you could be letting money fly out the door. So you need to have an understanding of what it costs. Like, what's your new customer acquisition cost? How much does it cost you to generate a single lead on average, and then break it down online or in person? Well, what's that cost? And then what's it cost to get that person through closing? How much does each agent in your office cost you? And these are things that are mostly overlooked. I even overlooked them. And you want to know what? That's not a way to run a business successfully. I left a lot of money on the table, and hopefully somebody's hearing this and says, I've got the same problem, and you guys change, pay attention to it, because you'll be surprised on what you find out. What have I done to correct it? Just kind of mentioned. I put systems in place. I've had to readdress things that I thought I was smart and number one at. I really found out I knew nothing about. So always be willing to learn. Always, listen to other people's opinions on things. Get help if you're not sure on what you're doing or how you're doing it, because these are, especially if you're spending money, right? So it's one thing if it didn't cost, well, I think there's a cost to everything coming in. Either you spent money or there's an opportunity cost if you mismanage it. So, and as such, there's a price on everything. Make sure that you know what you're buying. How did I build my team? I love this question. I'm not a very smart guy. I'm smart enough to know that I know nothing. So, and I looked at real estate because I came in at it from an IT background, and I'm like, I don't really know anything. So I came in and I said, okay, there's two sides to the real estate transaction. There's a buyer agent and there's a listing agent. You can't serve two masters. It became clear to me that that's impossible. And I just randomly chose listings because I was doing REO at the time, or I wasn't even doing it yet. I just knew that I wanted to do it. And I'm like, I'm going to focus 100%. I got blinders on and I'm going after listings. So then I hired a buyer agent immediately, and we did the old, hey, whatever I bring in, whatever you bring in, we'll split 50-50. Everyone's happy. And then what happened? Within a month, we hired an admin because we're like, man, this is a lot of paperwork, a lot of craziness, and we don't have time to do this. And our licenses, we need to be the highest and best use of our license, which is licensed activity. So anything that wasn't licensed, it didn't need to be done by us, which means it needs to be outsourced to somebody that can do it without a license. So hire an admin next. Then I knew that I wanted to build an organization. So I mastered every role first. So I figured out, I figured out what the buyer agent was doing, what the admin did, what each facet of the business was doing. And I had to master that first in order to run it, effectively. Again, this is pretty common throughout. Believe in myself, bet on myself. I mean, how could you do it any other way? If you're not going to believe in yourself, no one else is going to. So if I'm going to invest money, I'd rather invest it in myself than in the stock market, in other people's visions. Why not invest it in yours? Uh, Delegate to free thinkers and hold them accountable. Okay, so this is a huge problem that I still see. People still call me from consulting standpoints and ask me questions on team building, and most people can't get over their bad selves, right? So everyone, it's like, this is my process. I'm number one. Everyone has to do it this way, and then people wind up micromanaging. People can't let go of things, and that's probably the number one mistake that probably most of you in the room have, is you guys just can't let go of that control. And until you can let go of the control, you're only going to be as big as yourself, or as big as what you can personally do. If I hire somebody, I'm hiring them for a reason. They need to be accountable. I give them, access, and I delegate authority to them, and I don't micromanage them. I give them a direction saying, hey, we need to be over here by this date. You figure out your own path that makes sense to you and make sure that you're there on that date. And then that's it. Involve and empower. Again, that's what I'm talking about. So if I hire somebody, I expect them to do the job that I hired them in. If I have to do it for them, then why in the hell did I bring them on board? So I let them do it their own way, even if it doesn't make sense to me, if the results, because it needs to be results driven. So if they get to the right results and we meet at the same place at the same time that we're supposed to meet, I don't care the path that they chose to get there. Plant the seed, nurture the soil. So again, this is my philosophy of how to run a business. I like to make sure that it's like a garden. I plant the seeds, I water the plants, I make sure that there's perfect atmosphere, nutrition, and so forth. But then I just really let it grow and let it do its thing. And I do the trimming, the weeding, this kind of stuff, but I really let the garden grow as much as possible. Getting onto systems here, this is systems are my success is the thing. I systematize everything. And how did I understand the big picture first? Like I said, I view it like a big wheel, like a pizza, and each part of the business is its own piece of the pie or piece of the pizza. And I understand enough about every piece to understand how it fits together. And then once I have that, I put a system around the entire thing before beginning. And how do I do that? I set goals. Okay, so document it. This is probably another. So yeah, so there's probably two things that that most people in the audience are gonna fall short on. It's one, they don't have their business documented, and two, they're the center of their own business, and those are two things that are going to allow you not to grow. They're holding back your growth and your potential and your scalability. Because if you think about it, if you have a business right now and you don't have it fully documented, what do you have? You have nothing. You have nothing. So it's very important to sit back and make sure that every aspect of your business is documented, every process, every procedure, your strategic plan, your business plan. Update these things. They should be living documents that continuously provide feedback on how you're doing. Are you hitting your goals? Are you making it? And that's a business. Okay. Anything short of that is just you're wasting your time, because if you go away, I'll use the classic hit by a bus. If you or another team member or somebody important in your organization gets hit by a bus and you don't have things documented, you just lost that part of the business. And that's a shame. So, strategy plan, like I said, share with team. Something that we do in our strat plan meeting is we work backwards. We reverse it. And, I ask questions like, if we're sitting here 5 years from now and we're out of business, what could we have done differently to not be here today? Right. So like, what could we improve so that we're not out of business sitting around looking at each other today? So, and there's a whole host of other questions. I think that's probably one that most people forget about. So I've kind of included that one. My favorite, work on your business, not in it. that's that gardener mentality that I was talking about, where I'm constantly promoting it. I'm making sure that it can thrive. I'm giving it all the right nutrients and ingredients, but it's not built around me. It's not like that like when Atlas shrugged, I don't have the weight of my business on my shoulders. It's my business is outside of me. So I'm not even technically in my business. I'm president and CEO, and I run it, but I run it from an external standpoint, it's not centered on me. It's not crushing me. I'm not tethered to it. In fact, I believe if you've built your business correctly, then you're the least important person in it, right? So it should be able to function without you even being there, which is what my businesses do. So don't build the business completely around you. Just stated that. Find the right people, super key, right? So you find the right people, you train them. This is going to be one of the hardest things, is finding the right people with the right mindset, empowering them, people that you can trust, people that have your back, people that understand the mission. So it's super important, right? People need to understand the big picture with you. They need to understand what it is you're trying to do. And then you empower them by seeing how they can help you get to that same goal. So they need to buy in at the big picture level. And that's part of how you find the right people. This is one example of my documentation on just a process. This is traditional listings. Again, it's a logic block, yes, no, things that can happen. And again, every single process in my entire office for each and everything that we do, regardless of how small it is or how big it is, it's documented in paper, it's automated electronically, and it's things that we can rely on. So if I lose power, I can whip out manuals that cover every single aspect down to the most simplified step there is. And so I have a business, right? This really can't be taken from me because it's well documented, and it's a business in a book. It's a business in practice. And once I have something like this, now I can automate that. So how in the hell can you automate something that's not documented? Because if you don't understand what the steps are and they're not mapped out, there's no way you can automate it. It's zero. Systematize everything. Again, here's an agent checklist on, and again, do we use the paper? No, right? All this is done electronically. It's done in an automated fashion in the background, but this is where it's built. This is how everything is built around, is these processes that are documented, and they change, right? So they change from year to year, depending on, regulation, compliance, code, etc. How many hours do I work in real estate? Not a lot. I'm not really doing a lot of listings anymore. I'm working on some of my other ventures, but it takes me 4 hours a week to really run the real estate business. And again, that's because I have other people running it for me. So it runs itself as far as I'm concerned, which then gives me all my time to be able to do other things. So that's how it's possible. Okay, oops. I'm going a little faster because I think I'm probably running out of time soon. So how did I create an empowering mindset? Again, faith in myself and faith in God. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. And, also understand that you can find help from others, because this has already been done. Real estate, you're not the first person to try to list or sell a home, right? So this has been done. It's been systematized. There's lots of people that are successful. There's lots of models that are successful. There's not one specific way to do it. There's many, and there's success and failures in all of them, right? So, find a niche, stick with it. And, if you're going to fail fast, move forward and learn from it. Okay. Philosophy around work and life. I've been really emulating this entire talk. I'm not a 9-to-5 guy. It's really everything in all my businesses are all result driven, not time driven. I make sure that you well-rounded, and that every single person in my company, they build their schedule around the entire balance. Life happens because we live it, right? So religion, health, friends, family, work. You want to know what? I don't know what your schedule is, and I don't even care. I do. I want you to be able to complete everything, but I don't want you stressing, thinking that you have to be here at X time, et cetera. No, take a look at your week, take a look at your day, and make the appropriate choices. Balance out everything. If your kid's home this day, your day's going to change, right? If this is happening, do it. Just move on. Be results driven. Make sure you get done with the things that you need to get done with in each aspect of your life every day. The time for most things. Now, if you're, of course, a receptionist or something, then of course, if your business hours are 9 to 5, they kind of have to be there. I'm talking about more about agents and other people in the office. Where appropriate. Day before vacation phenomena. This is my favorite. I want you guys to imagine if I came to you and said, hey, congratulations, I'm going to buy you guys, today is, Monday, this coming or on Wednesday, I'm going to take you and your family to, first class to a 2-week vacation in Maui, all expenses paid. You have to leave with me on Wednesday morning. So the day before vacation phenomena is how much stuff are you going to get done with between now and Wednesday morning when you leave with me? So that is because now you're working in the right speed and the right mindset where you're knocking stuff out at light speed, right? You're saying this isn't important, this, this. You're delegating, you're getting everything knocked out in a day. So when I work like that constantly. There's no work that I do that I don't work like that, right? So it's amazing where if you have that mindset versus coming in and just playing with your email or doing whatever, a bunch of mindless tasks just to check off boxes. No, you hit the important things always, right? As if what happens if I'm leaving here tomorrow or today? All this stuff needs to be done because I'm not going to have another chance to do it. If you drive your work schedule like that, it will happen. Recognize that you're the last, not the first. That's being a business leader and an owner of the company. You put everyone ahead of you. I mean, that's really your job, is to support everyone. You're always last. You're the last person to get paid. You're the last person that gets recognized. You're the last person that gets praised. You're the last of anything, right? And that's what a good leader is somebody that's absolutely last at all times. Don't be greedy. Trade off between money and time. That's getting back to people that have to hold on to everything because it's theirs and they have the secret to life and their business and no one else can do it. Okay, great. But if you continue living like that, then you're focusing more on money and not on time. I'd rather delegate everything. And hell, if I can get a solid B, just a B performance out of every single person, an 80%, I'm happy, right? Because it still gets done. It's still acceptable. And what's that give me? Time. So if I have other people doing and running the business and it's running itself and I'm working 4 hours in it, that means that I have the rest of the week to do things that I want. And to me, time is way more valuable than money. You can always make more money if you have more time, but you can never buy time with money. So that's just how I think. A lot of you are still considering hiring an assistant for a number of years or months. If you've been thinking that way, do it. Plain and simple. I mean, that's your subconscious saying, hey, I need help. I need to do this. Do it. I mean, the fact that you've been thinking about it only proves it. Enough spent on that. List of nevers. Almost done here. Oops. Never compromise your life schedule for work. Enough said on that one. Don't be a yes man. So the more things that you say, like you need to know how to say no. You put the blinders on and you ask yourself, is what I'm saying yes to getting me closer to the goals that I'm trying to do? Remember, I'm going on vacation on Wednesday. Will this help me get there or not? If the answer is no, not important. Say no. Don't be closed-minded and know-it-all. Never live with regrets, and never be selfish with resources. List of always. Okay. Be grateful for what you have. Always have time for all the important things in your life, and to balance it. Always live in the minute. Always start with the end in mind. Work towards your goals. And that's really it. Let me see if there's any questions here. Okay. So yeah, strive to learn more and try something new every day. So, I start with starting with the end in mind and work towards it. So in each one of the businesses, I like to build them with that end in mind, knowing that even day one, I start off and document and build the entire business as if it was a Fortune 500 company. I mean, I have manuals and policies and I have job descriptions for HR people and all this. And do I have an HR person? No, I'm wearing every single hat myself, but every single role is already defined, because I know that when I start growing the business and I start hiring people for that, that's already there. So the process, the protocols, the mindset never changes. I'm big from day one, and that allows you to scale and be big. And that's why documentation is so important, and why knowing what you have and having that passion deep down is so important. So I mean, that's really, I believe, it for the presentation, and I think we're just about there. Let me see. Looking. So looks like if there's any other questions. Okay. So I don't know how much time is left at this point. But I do miss Orange County. Okay.
Now we virtually welcome Jay Barbuto.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Navigating Your Career. This session is all about political skills, and we're really excited that you could join us here in this virtual environment. And we're going to spend some time learning about, really some crucial items. I've done a lot of research through the years, and one of the things I've found is that there's a difference between being effective and being successful. And political skills is actually one of the best predictors of success. And so today we're going to learn a lot about political skills and how we can navigate our business and professional networks. For many of you have already received an instrument. So what I'd like you to do is take out that instrument that you've already taken and hopefully already scored. So please go ahead and take and score that instrument. And because today's session is going to rely on that instrument, the results of that instrument will be part of this program. So the first thing I want to do, and we're going to have a chance for you to respond to our team here. I have two candidates, and this is kind of my icebreaker activity. So imagine if you were hiring two people, or hiring one person, but have to choose between two people. Imagine that candidate 1 meets all qualifications, has an excellent track record, but seemed a little bit standoffish in the interview. Candidate 2 meets all qualifications, has an above average track record, but seems sincere and personable. What I'd like each of you to do is to respond to us and tell us which of these 2 candidates you would hire. Candidate 1 or candidate 2? So take a moment and tell us which of these 2 you would hire. Which of these 2 candidates would you hire? All right, I'm waiting for the results. All right, results are in. So just about everybody said they would hire candidate number 2. Just about everyone said they would hire candidate number 2. And so the first question I always ask is why? Why would we hire candidate number 2? What was it about candidate 2 that had you selecting them? So what I'd like to do is I'd like to hear from some of you, and if you could share in your comments what it was about candidate 2 that had you choosing them, that would be great. And I'll put together some of the collection of your comments. So some of the comments are starting to come in. So why we said we would hire candidate 2. So some of the comments. One person said that they think this person would fit in better. Another person has indicated that they'd be a lot easier to work with. Another person said we can train you on the technical side of the job, but the interpersonal side of things we won't be able to train quite as easily. So we'd rather have somebody that fits in better. So one of the things we've noticed, and this is true for research, 95% of the time in this situation, people will hire candidate number 2, 95% of the time. And so this leads us to this realization that sometimes what really sets a person apart isn't just their pure on-paper qualifications, but it's how you present yourself, how you come across to other people, what that relationship seems to be like. That actually ends up being a bigger difference maker. And it's these skills, these interpersonal skills, this social astuteness skills, this ability to work with others, to read others, and to have a more comfortable interaction with others actually plays a much larger role than people might realize. So what we're going to talk about now is a series of fact or fiction assumptions. So I'm going to put a series of statements up, And what I'd like each of you to do is to type in whether you believe, into the comments, whether you believe this is a fact or whether you think this is fiction for each of these statements. We're going to do one at a time. So as you watch, type in either fact or fiction. So the first statement is the most qualified person will get the job. If you think this is true, type in fact. If you think that this is not true, not necessarily true, type in fiction. So fact or fiction. So the guess is coming in, and most of you say that this is fiction. It's actually kind of mixed. It's about 50-50 here, but a little bit more on the fiction side. The most qualified person will get the job. This is actually fiction. Sometimes the most qualified person on paper is not the person that gets hired. Imagine how many times you have been in a situation where you've been hiring somebody, and before you interviewed them, you had them ranked, like 1, 2, and 3. And after interviewing them, the post-interview ranking ended up flipping, where the person that you thought might have been the third choice was the clear-cut favorite. And the person that you thought was the top candidate ended up being not somebody you really wanted to hire. And so that kind of thing can happen. And let's go to the next one. So our next statement, fact or fiction? Who you know can matter more than what you know. Type in whether that is fact or fiction. Almost everyone said this is fact. And the research shows that this actually is indeed true. Who you know can matter much more than what you know, especially when it comes to navigating your career, finding new opportunities, and so forth. Next statement. Promotability has a lot to do with interpersonal skills exhibited by an individual. Fact or fiction? Fact or fiction? Most of you have said fact, and that is absolutely true. It is a fact. Research shows that the likelihood of a person getting promoted very much can be correlated or is very related to how strongly they have developed their interpersonal skills. Next one, improving your relationship with your boss will decrease your risks of being impacted by layoffs. Fact or fiction? Improving your relationship with your boss will decrease your risk of being impacted by layoffs. If you think this is true, type in fact. If you think it is fiction, type in fiction. Most of you have typed in Actually, we've got a lot of both sides on this one. We have some fact and some fiction. This is actually, the research shows that improving your relationship with your boss will actually decrease your risk of being impacted by layoffs. So the stronger your relationship with your boss, the less likely you are to be laid off. The stronger your relationship with your boss, the less likely your job would be vulnerable during layoffs or cuts. So improving your relationship with your boss, a very good idea. A very good idea. And last, fact or fiction. Being good at your job will lead to promotion opportunities. Being good at your job will lead to promotion opportunities. Do you think this is a fact, or do you think this is fiction? And we're getting answers on both sides here, but mostly we're getting answers on the fiction side of things. And this is actually fiction. Being good at your job will not necessarily lead to promotion opportunities. And this is the mistake that a lot of people make in their careers. They operate as if they'll get noticed somehow. That a person can be really good at their job and they can focus and do their job as well as they can. And they assume that other people will notice that they're doing well and create opportunities for them, create advancement opportunities for them. The truth is that being good at your job in and of itself does not typically lead to promotion. It leads to retention. Like if you're good at your job, you'll keep your job. But if you want the next job, just being good at your current job isn't what predicts the likelihood of getting promoted. Instead, what actually predicts whether you'll get promoted is the quality of your political skills. In other words, how well you've developed your political skills and how well you're able to use and leverage those political skills. That is actually the predictor of whether you will get ahead, not being good at your job. I'm not saying you should be bad at your job. That's not at all what I'm saying. Because if you're really bad at your job, you're probably not going to get promoted, or your chances are low. But a lot of people assume that if we're just good at what we do, that will lead to great things in the future. And research shows that you have to do more than just be good at your job. You have to manage the political landscape that you work in. So I want to define political skills. A lot of the times when we think of the word political, it seems negative. People will hear the word political skills and they'll say, oh my gosh, what are you doing today? Oh, I'm going to go develop my political skills. You know, if you said that, people would raise their eyebrows and they'd say, you've got to be kidding. But political skills are really important. Think of them as organizational savvy skills. Think of them as things you need to develop to really move ahead in your career. And if you think of it that way, then political skills won't have a negative connotation to it. So here we have the definition of what political skills are. And it's important that you kind of embrace this and understand what it is. Because here we're talking about the ability to effectively understand others at work and life, and to use such knowledge to influence others to act in ways that enhance your personal as well as the organization's objectives. So in other words, if you've developed political skills, you have the ability to effectively understand others, both at work and in life, to be able to use that knowledge to influence others in positive, constructive, and beneficial ways. This is what political skills is all about. And there are actually some specific skills that make up what we call political skills. And we're going to talk about those 4 dimensions of political skills here in just a minute. And so our goal for today, what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit more about having political skills, why it matters, how it indicates or how it reveals itself to the people around us. But then we're going to talk about the specific 4 skills, You're going to look at your results, and then we're going to answer Q&A so that we can help you to become better at these 4 things. So politically skilled leaders are able to kind of pull together several things. They can combine a social astuteness. In other words, they're good at reading the room. They're good at reading people. They can combine that with the capacity to adjust their own behavior to meet whatever the changing situational demands are in a way that appears and inspires support and trust. Now, when you think of that combination of things, you could say, yeah, this is a person that's very savvy. This is a person that really knows how to influence people in a quite a scale. So here's some descriptors of a politically skilled person. They're self-confident, but not arrogant. A lot of the times when we think of self-confidence, we say it's good to have confidence, have as much confidence as possible. A lot of times we think, oh, we don't want to have too much confidence. And I say, no. We want a lot of confidence. We just don't want arrogance, because arrogance leads to insincerity, and we don't want that. So we certainly want self-confidence. Another descriptor of a politically skilled person is a calm self-confidence. And I think that that's really where the self-confidence needs to reside. And you've met a lot of people that are self-confident to the point of they come across as overly confident to where you actually question whether they really are confident. And I know you could kind of picture exactly what I mean, where that confidence becomes so high, so extravagant that you start to wonder, do they have an inferiority complex, or what's going on there? Because there needs to be a calmness to a person's self-confidence for people to really trust it. They're not self-absorbed. A person who has developed their political skills is not all about themselves. And this is important, because when we talk about political skills, we're talking about having the skills to really advance yourself. But having the skills to advance yourself can't come across to other people as self-absorbed, or else it will also not be met well by others. So you need to be balanced. You need to be conscientious. You need to be savvy. Being savvy is not as easy as it might sound on the surface. You've got to be able to walk in that space of knowing what you want, knowing what others want, be able to communicate those things, and to do so in a way that's balanced, that's conscientious, and savvy. It's not an easy set of skills to develop. Many of you, fortunately, already have these skills. Many of you have already developed these skills. And so today we're going to be talking about how to refine them. For some of you, you may not have developed some of these skills. You might need to develop some of these skills. And for those of you that are in that situation, then today's an important day, because today's the day where we really start on that path to developing these skills. So these are the descriptors of politically skilled leaders. They put others at ease, and they're also accountable. Nothing is worse than a person that makes excuses. And if you're one of those people that makes excuses a lot, you need to stop. Because when people make excuses, oh, sorry, that's because of this. Oh, sorry, that's because of that. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. When you hear that enough times, you start to think things about that other person. And the things that you think are not thoughts that inspire confidence. They're not thoughts that inspire promotability. And so we want to be careful about losing that incredible quality of accountability. There's nothing more powerful than being accountable. Take responsibility for the things that are happening, because others will respect that and they will appreciate that. So here are the 4 competencies that we really want to focus on. And these are the 4 competencies that were tested in the instrument that each of you took. So let's take a look at these competencies. And if any of you have questions at any point during this talk, feel free to send your questions in to the program on the YouTube channel. Send in your questions. There should be a number there for you to send in your questions, and go ahead and send them in. And as I get questions, I'll either answer them right away if it's points of clarification, or if it's something that can wait for when we hit Q&A. We're going to spend at least 15 minutes of today's program answering your questions and discussing things that you might want to know. And so we're going to do that. And so send your questions in. We're going to put them together, and sure I try to answer every one of your questions before the program today. So here are the 4 competencies of the positively politically savvy. This was developed by a group of researchers at Florida State University. The 4 dimensions are social astuteness, interpersonal influence, networking ability, and sincerity. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about each of these 4 dimensions individually so that we get a feel for what each of these entails. The first dimension of political skills is social astuteness. People who have developed their social astuteness are really good at observation. They're keenly attuned to diverse social situations. They comprehend social interactions quite well, and they're highly sensitive to others and their needs or wants. So if you're socially astute, you're really good at walking into a room and picking up on the temperature of that room, picking up on the professional level or the casual level of that room. A person who has developed their social astuteness is quite ingenious or clever in dealing with others. They're so good at reading others and picking up on the social cues of others that they're able to sort of adjust themselves, react appropriately, act appropriately. And this kind of falls into this social astuteness. How good are you at picking up on things that other people reveal to you? Because if you have developed these skills quite well, and you probably know if you have, if you're in a business meeting with others and you're picking up on things about them, you're saying that person's uncomfortable with this conversation. That person seems to be having a down day. That person needs a pick-me-up. That person really is into what I'm saying. If you're able to pick up on these kinds of things in social interactions, then that means that you've probably developed your social astuteness. And you could think of that astuteness as that social awareness, that social ability to pick up on the cues and the clues that others are giving you. The second dimension of political skills is called interpersonal influence. I always like to say that if you have interpersonal influence, you have the ability to influence a variety of people in a variety of ways. People who have developed their interpersonal influence are able to be subtle and convincing when they're trying to influence other people. A person who has developed their interpersonal influence, they can influence a variety of people in a variety of ways. They're capable of appropriately adapting and calibrating their behavior to each situation and to each individual so that they know how to influence a variety of people. Flexibility is often the underwriting skill of interpersonal influence, because some people need to be convinced, some people need to be inspired. And if you've developed your interpersonal influence, you're able to adjust how you influence others adaptably, flexibly enough so that you're able to influence most people. A person who has not developed their interpersonal influence might only have one way to influence people. So if you only have one way to influence people, I do it with logic, I do it with inspiration, I do it by telling a story, whatever the way that my go-to way of trying to influence people is. If I only have that one way, if it doesn't work and it won't work on everyone. If it doesn't work on everyone, then how do I influence the other people? And this is where interpersonal influence comes in, because if you can develop the ability to influence a variety of people in a variety of ways, then you'll have a much better chance of being able to influence people in a more broad way. The third dimension of political skills that each of you needs to develop and might have already developed is networking ability. This ability, oh my gosh, when we think about the real estate industry, political skills are so important. All four of these are so important. But your ability to develop and build and strengthen and enhance your network is so important to your success. It's so important for referrals. I mean, if I could have you raise your hand, if your line of work depends at least on some amount of referrals. And I know every one of you just smile and say, of course, referrals are like the most important part of our business. And how do you get those referrals? It's through networking. It's through delivering. It's through being value added in the relationships that you develop. Developing your networking ability is probably in this industry one of the single most difference-making abilities that you can develop. So how adept are you at developing and using diverse networks of people? How much have you been able to connect with people with various interests? How well have you been able to develop friendships and build strong beneficial alliances and coalitions? A lot of the times when people think of what it means to develop their network, they say developing a network with people that can help you. But that's not really what we're talking about when we say networking ability. See, developing a network is about adding value for other people. Yes, we want to create a network of people that might be able to help us, that might be able to refer us. But the truth is, if I approach somebody and say, and communicate in a way that this is what they hear, if I communicate to you, hey, you do this, oh, you can help me. Wow, let me get your card because you can help me. You see, that doesn't really build your network. In fact, that does the opposite. It makes the other person think, oh, you're trying to use me. And so while you may not use those words that I just used, you don't want to send that message. And the best way to make sure that's not the message you're sending is that you should be trying to help them. You should try to find ways to add value to their efforts. You should, when you meet somebody at a conference, when you meet somebody at a mixer, when you meet somebody at an event, that's not a time to figure out who can help you. Although it's hard not to do that, at least a little bit. No, this is the time for you to find people you can help. This is the time to find people with whom you share certain commonalities and that you can add value to them. This is where networking ability really takes off. Because if I find somebody and I can help them, now that person will consider me to be part of their network. And that person will also be more inclined to refer me to others. They'll connect me with others. So I always say the first step in building your network is to find ways to add value for other people. Help others. Be useful before you start trying to use people. Be useful. And this is one of the first steps for networking ability is, can you develop a network of people that you help? Because that's your real network. That's your real network. If you're always asking others to help you, can you help me with this? Can you introduce me to that? Can you help me with this? If that's how you come across, then you're going to come across, as a one-sided person that's trying to leverage your network just for your benefit, but you're not adding value to that network. Cannot be that person. You cannot be that person. Your network will fall apart. It will not end up being strong. You have to Have a network of people for whom you add value. You must add value in that relationship. The fourth dimension of political skills, the fourth dimension is apparent sincerity. You have got to be sincere. You have got to come across as sincere. Whenever I talk about apparent sincerity, people always take a step back because there's two words here: apparent sincerity. And a lot of people put their attention on apparent. So does this mean you don't have to be sincere? Apparent sincerity. This is the appearance of possessing high levels of integrity, authenticity, sincerity, and genuineness. You need to appear to be honest, open, and forthright. So a lot of people see this and they immediately start thinking negative things. They start thinking, well, I can appear to be sincere and not be sincere. But what we have found, and whenever I poll people, the results are always consistent. I would say to you, can I tell, or can you tell, if somebody is pretending to be sincere? Can you tell if somebody is phony? Can you tell if somebody is faking it? Can you tell if somebody is pretending to be authentic, pretending to be sincere, pretending to be genuine, but is really not? Can you tell if someone's pretending? Most of you say yes. In fact, wow, overwhelmingly, you can tell. You can tell when somebody's not actually sincere to you. And that's why I always try to remind you that apparent sincerity is, the word apparent is not saying that if you're not sincere, just fake it, because people will see through that. What I'm instead saying is that there are a lot of people in this world that are sincere, but for whatever reason, the way they come across to other people, they come across in a way that does not bode sincerity. It does not breed sincerity. And so there are many people whose intentions are actually quite good, but for whatever reason, maybe they haven't learned to manage themselves, manage their impression, manage the way they come across, manage the way they communicate. And so they may not appear sincere. And this can be a real distractor, and this can be a real career limiter. Because if people do not think you're sincere, perception becomes reality. And so you must come across in a way that breeds sincerity, that breeds trust, that breeds integrity, or else your sincerity, no matter how well placed it is, will not be trusted and it will not be acknowledged. A person who has developed their sincerity, their motives will be seen as pure. People will trust you. They'll say, well, you know what, your heart's in the right place. Your heart's in the right place, so I tend to trust you. And so when you start putting these four things together, and this is where it really comes together, is when you start putting together these four dimensions of political skills, you bring them all together and we say we have social astuteness, where we have this great ability to read people and to recognize people. We have interpersonal influence. We have this great ability to be able to influence a variety of people in a variety of different ways. We have networking ability. We have learned how to build, grow, and develop our network. And this developing your network is the key. It's not just having a bunch of business cards. It's having a group of people with whom you add value to their lives. That's your network. If you have someone's business card, but you don't add much value to their life or to their career or to their efforts, then they're not really in your network yet. They become part of your network the moment you start helping them, the moment you start helping them. You're a part of their network the moment they start helping you. And so when you think about people you can call upon in your network, you've got to be adding value for others. And then this fourth dimension, which we've just been talking about, is apparent sincerity. Apparent sincerity. your ability to inspire trust in others, your ability to have people want to trust you, see you as having integrity and being an honest type of person. So now have a chance to look at your results. Take out your results and let's see what the results reveal. So we've got 4 dimensions. We want to look at your results and see what were your highest and what were your lowest scores in the political skills. So type into your comments, what were your highest political skills and what were your lowest political skills? So tell us, what were your highest and what were your lowest political skills? Which ones were highest and which ones were lowest? Highest, wow, we're getting a big variety of highest. In fact, most of you are telling us that your highest is actually across all 4 of these dimensions. So it's actually quite a few. Many of you say that your highest is actually networking ability, which is wonderful, Some of you have your highest as apparent sincerity. This is also really good. It's a good one to have. Social astuteness, not as high for some of you in terms of your highest. And interpersonal influence, a lot of you are saying that that's your highest as well. So across the 4, when we talk about your highest, a lot of you are reporting really all 4. We're getting a pretty good distribution across all 4 as being your highest. Which dimension is your lowest, though, or which dimension could you benefit from the highest level of improvement? Looking at that, I'm looking right now, and it looks as though your highest degree of improvement opportunity is in networking. And networking is a big difference maker, especially in your industry. So finding ways to improve in your networking ability is going to be a big one. Also, a lot of you indicated social astuteness, and that's going to be a big one because not everyone's the same and not every situation is the same. So your ability to pick up on the cues of other people is going to be essential when you navigate your career and navigating your success in your career. And so this takes us through the 4 dimensions of political skills. My recommendation to each of you is to find ways to develop these skills. It's the collection of the 4 skills that ultimately work together. You won't be a politically savvy leader if you have only developed 1 or 2 of these 4 skills. You really need to develop all 4 of these skills. The great news is all of them are learnable. Them are teachable, all of them are developable. And what we need to do is we need to start really developing these skills, enhancing these skills, and finding ways to become even better at these skills. So what I want to do is we've got about 15 minutes remaining. I want to take this time to answer your questions. So send me your Q&A, send me your questions so that I can spend some time answering your questions here on this expo. So I'm going to look for your questions now. So go ahead and send in your questions, and we will start answering them now. All right, so one question's come in, and this is a question that several people have asked. And they said, how do I develop my networking abilities? How do I develop my networking abilities? Do you have any tips? Do you have things that we can do to get better at networking? And I have had an incredible opportunity during my time as director of the Center for Leadership and through the training and the outreach and the work that I do with group of executives throughout the area. I've had the great opportunity to work with some of the best networkers that I am aware of. And what I have picked up on from those individuals is many of the techniques for developing strong networks. So the first thing I would say is when you want to develop your networking ability, and specifically, what I would recommend is that you start tracking your network. A lot of the times we just we meet people, we get their business card, we put them into our phone, but that's not enough. If you want to really build and grow your network, I would say develop a system for tracking your network. Do it on Excel. Create an Excel spreadsheet of different people you know, how you met them, notes about things you've talked about, things you know about them, ways that you might have helped them, ways that they might be able to help you. If you can track the people that are in your contact list and then try to make sure that you're developing that network by reaching out to that network on a regular basis, don't ignore your own network. A lot of the times we only reach out to our network when we want something. That's not the time to do it. You want to be reaching out to people twice as much to help others as you are reaching out to them, asking them for help. And that's a big difference in how you approach your network. Your network is absolutely going to help you. It absolutely will. But if you treat your network and the people in your network like that, your network won't be strong. You must treat your network as a group of people with whom you add value, with whom you help, with whom you connect, and with whom you become the source of helping others find each other. When you start doing that, that is when you will help to develop your network. Other questions that we have from you. All right, we have one question, which is, how do we, what advice do you have for schmoozing? And I guess schmoozing might not be the exact word, but when you go to a networking event, when you go to a mixing event, how do we develop our ability to network in those settings, whether it's a cocktail reception or a community event, whatever it might be, if it's a chamber of commerce or a Rotary Club or an event such as this, if it were face-to-face, how do we make the most out of this situation? And I have two pieces of advice. The first piece of advice, and this is something that most people don't do when you want to develop your network. The first piece of advice is when you go to check in at an event, and this is very common, we go, we check in, we grab our name card, and we disappear from the table. I would recommend actually you spend just a little bit more time at that table. And I would recommend that you spend a time and read all of the name tags. So first of all, get there early. If you want to network, the time to show up for a networking event is not halfway through the networking event. If you're going to an event and there's a 30-minute networking reception before the event, you should show up at the beginning of the networking reception. Show up at the beginning. Meet the people that are throwing this event. Meet the organizers of that event. And if you do not know some of the folks at this event, you might ask the person coordinating the event if they would be willing to introduce you to some of the people that are going to be attending the event. And when you start saying, like, how do I know who to ask? This is why you should spend time at that registration table. Look at the other name tags. Look at the other organizations. Look at the folks that are attending the event that you're attending. Spend considerable time looking at that list. Take out a sheet of paper or a small index card, bring it with you, and make a note of the 4 or the 5 or the 6 people that are on that table that you say, I should try to meet that person. I should try to meet that person. Ooh, this is a person I think I would really need to meet. There's going to be plenty of people at this event that you will enjoy meeting and that might become part of your network. But there's also going to be several people at this event that you need to meet. And so if you approach this event with that in mind, that can really pay a big dividend. So try to research the people attending and figure out who it is you want to meet. If you don't have a means for meeting them, introduce yourself to the person running the event. Because chances are, if they're one of the leaders and the organizers, they know everybody and they probably can introduce you around. So introduce yourself to that person. Make that person a part of your network if they're not already. The person organizing, running the event, you should have that person in your network, because that person, I can tell you right now, is already a great networker. And so you want to get that person to be part of your network so that that networking event will become your networking event and you will gain much, much more. Remember, going to an event like this, it's not about collecting 50 business cards. I mean, I guess if you want to create a mailing and you want to send it to 50 different people, knock yourself out. But your real network of added value relationships is not going to come from 50 business cards. It's going to come from those 5 or 6 really quality conversations that you were able to have. And so that's one tip. The second tip I have for you is about schmoozing. And another question that actually came in about that they said they're not good at small talk. Somebody said, I'm not particularly good at small talk. So how do I do this networking thing if I'm not particularly good at small talk? Like, I'm good at talking about real estate. I'm good at talking about homes. I'm good at talking about these things. I'm good at talking about families and what their needs are. I'm good at a lot of these different things, but I'm not particularly good at schmoozing with strangers. And I'll give you some advice that I received. The best way to really start a conversation with somebody is to be curious. So if you have a piece of paper and can write this down, I would say the key to networking, like at a networking event, the key to networking is being curious. Being curious. The key to networking isn't talking about yourself. And I see so many people doing this. I go to a networking event and everyone's talking about themselves. And when I go to a networking event, I get others to talk about themselves, because the truth is, if you're curious about other people and you take an interest in other people, only then will you be able to understand how you can help other people. So be curious, ask questions, get to know them, be interested in other people. And then also, if there are ways to help them, offer that help. Then exchange business cards. And now you see, you have a potential business relationship with somebody, or the means for a business relationship with somebody. Other questions that you have, please send in your questions. Somebody asked if I could recommend a book or a video to develop stronger skills. And this comes from Joyce. So Joyce, as far as a book that I would recommend or a video that I would recommend, that's a good question. I think that I don't have a book on networking that I can suggest, but I will say this: there are so many books that are topical, and I would recommend that you focus when it comes to books that will help you in this regard. So, for example, we talk about political skills, and there's 4 different skills, and the first is social astuteness. So we're talking about how to read people. Get a book about that. Find books, search for books and find books about how to better read people, because that's how you'll develop your social astuteness, is become better at reading people, reading a room. And you can practice social astuteness with your family and with your friends, by simply asking them if your assumptions are right. You can say, I'm picking up on this. Is that true? And they can say, yeah, you're right. And you can say, okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting good at this. So I would say, take the pieces of political skills, and I would look for specialized books around each of those skills. So find a book on social astuteness. Find a book on how to influence people. There's hundreds of them. Find books about how to influence different people, how to influence a variety of people. That will help you develop your interpersonal skills. And as far as finding books about networking, find books about small talk. Find books about good questions to ask people, conversation starters. Those would be good kinds of things to read about. Those would be good coffee table books for you to start really paying attention to and really looking at, so that you'll be better prepared for those situations. And then apparent sincerity, I'm not sure that there's an actual book about that, honestly. But really for that, I would say is stay true to yourself, be true to yourself. You don't need a book for that. You need to just know that people will be able to see through you if you're full of it. So don't ever be full of it. Be honest, be sincere, be honest, be sincere, be honest, be sincere. That's really my suggestions there. So Joyce, I'm sorry I wasn't able to say, get this book or get that book, but instead I've offered you a suggestion for finding maybe topical books for 3 out of the 4 political skills. I apologize if you hear my dog barking. He's asking a question, but we're not able to know what his question is. So other questions, do we have any other questions? I want to answer any other questions that you might have that might help. So we have two people asked, can these scores change? If I look at my results, are these results sort of set in stone? And I will say, no, these results are not set in stone. In fact, a person can develop these political skills throughout their life. So your score on these today are not necessarily going to be your scores tomorrow. And so you might, one of the things I've found, and I've found this to be true, especially with this particular program, most of you took the instrument. And I appreciate that you took the instrument. If you did not take the instrument, please go to the website, grab this instrument, take it and score it and look at your results. Learning about the 4 skills and understanding how you are on each of these 4 skills is the first step to developing your political skills. It's the first step to moving ahead and moving up in your political skills. What we've found is just learning and understanding what your political skills are and which of your skills need to be higher. That usually results in a person improving in their political skills. Not instantly, but almost right away. So do we have any other questions? I'm looking for other questions that we have. Sometimes we get a few different questions and we want to kind of pull them together as sort of like a collection of folks asking similar questions. So any other questions? I want to make sure I answer all your questions that you have and be an advocate for each of you. Okay, so we do have another question. And it says, what if another person that's in our network, what if we do not find value from them? Meaning that what if a relationship you have with somebody in your network seems one-sided and it goes in the other direction? What do you recommend? And what I would say in that is, if you're adding value to other people and they're not adding value to you, it does not mean you should remove them from your network. But just understand that that means that they're part of your network and that they do consider you a trusted member of their group. If a person is part of your network and you're helping them, but they are not helping you, it usually means one of two things. One, it means maybe they don't want to help you, which I hope that's not the case. Or the second thing, perhaps this is, they may not know how they can help you. In which case, sometimes developing our network and really improving our political skills, sometimes we have to make it known what our needs are as well. We don't start the conversation when we meet somebody with what we need, but we might during the process, talk about your needs so that people say, oh, well, if I ever meet somebody that does this, I'll think of you. Or you could sort of start planting seeds for when they should recommend someone to you, or when it would be good for them to connect you with someone else. Because if a person's not adding value for you in the network, meaning if you're adding value for them, but they're not adding value for you, it's probably one of two things. One, either they're not helping you, like they don't want to, or secondly, and it's probably the second one, they don't yet know really when they should be thinking of you when they're meeting others. Or maybe they need to get it a little bit closer to the front of their mind to make sure that they're thinking of you. And somebody asked, Katie asked, what types of book recommendations for interpersonal influence? There's so many books on how to influence people. In fact, if you Google the words how to influence people, we get so many great books to think about. I'll give you one that might be one that's worth getting as an audiobook or as a read book. It's a Dale Carnegie book on how to win friends and influence people. That might be a book to consider. It talks a lot about the things we're discussing. It's a lot of the seed work for developing that the kind of relationship with people that allows you to be able to really influence people. See, the truth is, influencing people for your own gain is not really long-term influence of people. If you want to really be able to influence people, you have to bring them in and make them a colleague, make them a trusted partner, a trusted friend. And if you can do that, it will really pay off. And so there's actually several books that are out there. There's several iterations of it. But I would say if I were to choose one book that you might give a quick read to, I would say How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. That would be a good starting book. It's a very, I think Time Magazine lists it as one of the most influential books in history. I think it's 19th on the all-time list. It originally came out in 1936. So you'll want to look for the most updated versions of this type of lessons. But I would look for similar types of titles in a more current theme. Things that have come out this year. Are there any other questions? I think we have time for maybe one more question. Trisha asks, should we outright ask people, how can we help them? Trisha, in a way, yes. I mean, we should outright, how can I help you? Yes. I mean, ideally, you want to ask that question without using those words. So Trisha, I might say to you, so tell me, Trisha, tell me more about you. What do you do? Oh, really? You work there? How long have you been there? Oh, how did you get into that line of work? Oh, that's so interesting. What is the biggest challenge of that kind of work? Oh, really interesting. Oh, so you probably could really, you really need this then. Oh, yeah, really. Well, if I come across people that do that, I'll definitely send them your way. So that would be one way of sort of getting to it. As you get to know people, you can get to know their needs. And so if you have to say, how can I help you? Then you're asking them to connect the dots. But see, when you start developing a strong network and your mindset is around how can I help other people, the questions you're asking are the types of questions that will help you know how you can help other people, if that makes sense. Thank you, Trisha, for that question. Are there any other questions? I think we have one more minute left. If we have any other questions, I'll give you a moment to send your last question in. So let me leave you with some final thoughts. So today we learned about several things. Remember that opening example where I showed you the two candidates, and almost every one of you said you would hire that second person. And the truth is, everyone would hire that second person. And to be honest, if this were not just hiring somebody, but promoting somebody, everybody would promote the second person too. So what we learned today are the four skills that you need to develop. These are your political skills: the social astuteness, the interpersonal influence, the networking ability, and the apparent sincerity. If you can develop these four characteristics, really pay attention to them, hone these skills. It will pay such incredible dividends for you as you navigate your career and professional relationships, as you move ahead in your career, look to advance into higher level opportunities. These will really pay off. You've taken the instrument, you have your feedback. If you haven't taken it, take it. You have your feedback, so you have the areas that you need to improve. I want to thank you for participating in today's call. I'm Jay Barbuto at the Center for Leadership at Cal State Fullerton. It has been an absolute pleasure to spend this time with you. Thank you, and please stay safe, stay healthy, and reach out to us anytime you need anything related to leadership.
We'll be back in 5 minutes after our break. Please welcome our keynote for the day, Erin Brockovich.
Oh my gosh. Hello, OC. I know you're out there in this virtual talk, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you and the Orange County Realtors. I want to make sure you know I got that right. Orange County Realtors. Yes, it is so good to be here with you today, even though it's virtual. What a unique experience. I know 2020 kind of pushed us all into uncharted territory. It's been a time of upheaval. We all, unfortunately, met with COVID. Yet, we still have managed to find a way, and here we are virtually through technology, to still be with each other and have a conversation, share some stories, and convey a message. So, speaking of that real quick, and I always have to introduce myself. I am Erin Brockovich, but the joke is, hi everyone, I'm Erin Brockovich, not Julia Roberts. So most people will know the name or know of me or my work because of the film Julia Roberts. And I'm still out there doing the same thing today as Erin Brockovich, and I'm excited and I want to share with you. I do have a new book out. And I love the title because it's so applicable to this very moment and a message that I hope I can share with all of you. And that is Superman's not coming. And I think that all of us might be starting to see that. And that the real answer and the real moment begins with you. And Superman's Not Coming, the book is about our national water crisis, but here's the other message. It's about what we, the people, yes, we, the people, can actually do about it. And your cause might not be water, but the message is the same. And whatever that is, there isn't one thing out there that's going to come do it for you or fix it for you or change it for you. But the moment of rising within yourself, that time is here. And I find that really very exciting. We can all take our anger and turn it into action. And you need to have the tools to protect yourself, the tools and the knowledge to know how to fight. So we are in a moment where I think we're waking up and we now realize that not any one thing will be there to save us, but we have ourselves. So before I really get into my talk today, which is mostly sharing stories and inspiration, that's the most important message of all today. I want to share with you, I used to live in the OC, Newport Beach and Huntington Beach. So when I left home, I moved out to California and I worked at Fluor Engineers and Constructors in Newport Beach. I have to tell you, it's a fabulous area where you all live. And when I lived there, I honestly thought no other place existed. It was just beautiful, the beaches, the people, everything about it. And I still live in California. I live up in Agoura Hills, California. And I raised my family here, but they're all grown and gone now. I'm now 60 years old. Oh no, I date myself, but I'm very proud of it. And I have 4 grandchildren. And so now I'm thinking it's time for me to move again. So here's where I've been thinking. I might just come back to the OC. So I just thought I'd share that with all of you before I got started. So today I want to share a couple of programs that I have developed over the course of 20 plus years in my journey and working with others and communities and what I've learned and how I could put it into a message that I could share with others. So we're going to talk about the 4 L's. We're going to talk about RAM. As I shared with you a little, this all led to Superman's Not Coming, the big wake-up moment. And I've been a foot soldier on the ground, and I have acquired so much wisdom. And I hope to impart and share a lot of that with you today. So in order for me to get there, I think I need to digress just a little so you have perspective on how the flow went. I was born and raised in Lawrence, Kansas. It was a great place to grow up. I spent a lot of my time running around in the cornfields and the wheat fields and outside playing, and it was just such freedom and a cleaner environment. I certainly didn't know of all the pollution issues that existed throughout this country, but it was a great place to grow up. The only trouble I had in my life, or the only trouble that I really gave my parents, which wasn't deliberate, was that I have dyslexia. And, most of us, when we have a learning disability or something about us that we find as a flaw, we learn very quickly we're judged and we're labeled and we're perceived as this or that and put into a box. None of us like that. And I learned that I didn't. So I had to quickly find ways that I could punch my way out of that box, or find ways not to let a negative voice bring me down or get inside my head. And I know that that's something all of us experience. But my mom was so instrumental to me growing up. And I would always come home feeling down in the dumps and dejected, and another day of, teasing or bullying or being told I wasn't this or that. And my mom was always my biggest cheerleader. She is a journalist and a sociology major, which I always find interesting. So because she's a journalist, I think that's where I kind of get my curiosity and my Snoopy kind of behavior. But she had great command of the English language. And every time I felt bad, she would say to me, "Oh, Aaron, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, right? You just got to have your stick-to-itiveness." I never knew what that word meant. I thought she had made it up, or it was some kind of slang word or something. But I was shocked when I challenged her on the word, and she went and got the Webster's Dictionary and read me the definition. Stick-to-itiveness, a noun, propensity to follow through in a determined manner, dogged persistence born of obligation and stubbornness. It's like, oh my gosh, what a great word. I am stubborn. Hello, that is my middle name. Most of us are, especially moms. I'm determined. I'm dogged. And I never forgot that word. And I kind of became the little engine that could. It's about believing yourself. That's how I interpreted it. And my mom also said a couple of things to me that never left me, along with stick-to-itiveness. We're not born with stick-to-itiveness. You have to develop the habit of persevering, even when you don't want to, and it would be easier to give up. So if there's that moment where you think you can't do it, or you're tired, or you're not going to get back in the game, I hope you can hear stick-to-itiveness. Life requires that we have it. Life requires that we use it, because that's what will keep us in the game. So even though I had a learning disability, I had my mom, who was this amazing cheerleader for me. And I really took the word stick-to-itiveness to heart. And I can promise you, in a very long career that I have had, I've needed my stick-to-itiveness, I've used it, and I've succeeded because of that. I also had a teacher who was so influential for me. She knew I had an issue, but she didn't make it an issue, if that makes sense. And just one day she asked me a question about, you flunked your test, and I know but what's going on? And I said, I don't know, some dyslexic thing, I'm not sure. And she just never missed a beat. She never took a moment to judge or try to figure it out or fix it. She just said, "Oh, that's interesting. She said, so if I give you your test orally, because, I'm very visual and I listen to things, I comprehend, but I kind of code differently. So when I did a test, it was always confusing. So I said, sure, you can give it to me orally. She goes, so you'll know it. I said, absolutely. So she did, and I got an A+. I didn't miss a question. And she said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to give you your test orally and your quiz and everything else. And she did. What she did, not only for my GPA, but for my self-esteem, was incredible. It gave me a moment to believe that I could. And I think that that's something that all of us can offer to so many, is if we see something different. If you see something different, and we'll talk about that a little more as we get further down the talk, don't be afraid to, give yourself permission and don't define it or label it, but that there's other ways you can overcome your obstacles. So I learned pretty early on that even though somebody was going to try to put me in a box, and I know we all feel that way, that the power of stick-to-itiveness and learning and believing in myself would in fact rescue me and could make a difference in my life. So I made it through high school, if you can believe that. Yes, my friends still tease me about that. And then I went on to Kansas State University. Then I moved to Dallas, Texas. And then I came to the OC. I was terrified. Isn't that always that moment when we get into a new job or a new career that we think, oh my gosh, I can't do that? I was so scared. And my dad is one who offered me, integrity and honor and believing that you can do something. And he said, just be an eagle and go soar. What are you waiting for? And go make your life happen. And so I did. As I said, I landed in the OC and I worked at Fluor Engineers and Constructors with a gentleman by the name of Ramesh Ganatra. And I worked on the Alaskan pipeline, of all things. Well, I decided after I played around in beauty pageants and doing some other silliness that it was time for me to grow up and have a family. So I moved back to Kansas, and that is where I started my family. We found ourselves back to California, Lodi, California, and from there moved to Reno, Nevada. And it was there that I got divorced, and I found myself uncertain of myself, a single mom of 3. I had no idea what I would do as a career. And then I decided to move back to California, found myself in LA, and that is where I met Ed Masry. He is the one that I begged for a job. Yes, a job. And as a mom, I could still find some really quality, noble skill sets that I could use in the workplace. And so Mr. Masry took a chance on me and he hired me. And it is there that famous box, if you've seen the film, Ed brought to me, that the information that I needed was there. And I took it upon myself to get curious and to look at what was happening. Right towards the end, we're going to kind of go through 9 steps. And one of them is curiosity. But I want to interject something here for you right now. I uncovered the Hinckley case, and in that box was a set of real estate files. Yes, there was a transaction going on, and that was the first place I noticed that something was wrong. And even in your career, it can be complex. I have good friends who are realtors, and contracts and understanding people. So much of what you do is truly something that I understand, but it can be a brain crunch. But I want you to know the moment that I got curious, and here it was in a real estate file. I find that fascinating. And so I wanted to share that with you, that that's really how all of this came to be. So with that, the rest I think is history, because I could probably sit here and talk to you forever. And I know eventually I'll run out of time and I have an alarm set and I'm going to go, no, I'm not done talking. But through that whole chapter, it came a film, Aaron Brockovich, that none of us were expecting. I certainly wasn't, and I'm still not sure to this day that I've even figured out how or why it all happened. But then again, maybe I did, because I was believing in myself. And when I got out and started doing my work in Hinckley, unbeknownst to me, and I think there's so many opportunities in all of our lives that unbeknownst to you, a perfect storm is brewing. And I've said before, and I'm going to say again, why we are in this moment of upheaval. I think this is a moment where we start to wake up, and that perfect storm may be brewing for all of us. And when I started out in Hinckley, California, I didn't know it then. And I really didn't have my pulse on this until I had a family of my own. But so much of what my mom and dad offered me was about to be put into play. I used the power of observation while I was out there. I could hear my mom saying, "Where's your stick-to-itiveness?" As I noticed things seemed to be really weird. It was the voice of my father, the be the eagle and spread your wings. Take that chance, if you will. And everything came together. And when it was put together, all of those moments now became a reality. One of the things that I observed in Hinckley, and I see with so many communities, is that I wasn't alone in thinking that, oh, I'm afraid to speak up, or how do I get out of that box? Because they too were being told what was happening wasn't real. Or they were being told, oh, you're a stay-at-home mom, you're being silly. Or another neighbor that's saying, no, we shouldn't talk about that. Or we do worry about our property values. There's a whole thing of the negative Nancy that gets inside of our head. They were experiencing the same thing. And it was in this moment that I took all the negativity out and I put myself in the presence, right here in the moment. And I was like, I know what I see. I am seeing two-headed frogs. I do see green water. I could see the community in despair. And I became rooted in that. And when I did, and when they did, it became very almost impossible to knock us off of that. And oftentimes we don't own what we know and we see and we hear and we feel. And if there's any message I can convey today, in your work, when that moment happens, that is what you need to stay with. And so, like I said, it wasn't until I had my own family that I really began to appreciate my parents' message. And I really began to understand all of that and apply stick-to-itiveness and my parents' teaching out in Hinckley, California. And after all of that, here came the movie. I'm still out on the ground today. And I think that is so important. And that's one thing that I do love. And I want to share with you about being a realtor. And I told you I have friends that are realtors. You are unique and you have that ability to communicate with people and actually big decisions. I didn't buy my first home till I was 40. It's a big decision. And being able to understand the person buying the home or their intrepidations or knowing what you see or know about the home is a moment not only for you as a realtor that's going to make a difference in your life, but in somebody else's life. And I think that's so important and so key. So what I want to share with you is through that process, and I think you already know, of understanding people or being a people person or being a mom that stayed at home and coming into a career, how all of this comes together. And while I've been on the ground, a foot soldier, and in and out of communities, I've learned so much from them. And I desperately wanted to figure out a way that I could convey almost steps for others to follow who were feeling uncertain. So one of the first programs I put together is what I call the 4 L's. The first one is logic. You know, everybody wonders, what is logic anyway? Really? And for me, it's the intuition. It's your common sense set of skills. I've learned when I follow my common sense, I do logically the right thing. And you can find yourself in a whole lot of these moments. For me, growing up in Kansas, I'd be outside playing. And again, observation. Take the time throughout the day to kind of observe, to kind of stop what's going on around you or what you're feeling. I know you'll pick up on things. I know you will. And stop with that and own that for just a moment. Because I used to do that in a tornado, and I would kind of go, okay, the air feels funny today. So noted. I'd keep on playing outside or doing whatever I was doing or swimming, especially in the summer. And then comes that kind of funny color in the sky, or noticing, why are the birds not chirping? These are things that tell you, do I get prepared? Is there something going on? And sure enough, the tornado sirens would go off. Here's your common sense. You don't need to call the Weather Channel to find out if it's an F4 or an F5 coming. You know to take action. I learned this in Hinckley as well, that common sense set of skills. When I was looking at the two-headed frog in the green water, and somebody said to me, you're not a PhD or a scientist or a doctor, so what do you know? Well, wait a minute. I don't need to be any of that to be a person and own what I'm seeing and tell you that the two-headed frog in the green water is not right. That's common sense. So the first part of the 4 L's is use your logic, use your common sense, get back into that gut. It's the moment that, we stop and think everything's so complicated. Maybe it's really not, if you can bring it back home, and that's to you, and pay attention, observe, listen to that gut instinct, follow that common sense. I'm telling you, it's never, ever, ever let me down. The next is leverage. So, we think about leverage as, I don't know, a bad word. We're leveraging a deal and somebody's going to get screwed over. That's not what leverage is. I learned in Hinckley, California, that with one of us or even two of us, we were often overlooked. We weren't heard. It's just, okay, it's the crazy blonde with the big boobs and the stilettos running around out here with Roberta Walker, stay-at-home mom. They don't underestimate people, because we were certainly underestimated. But it wasn't just those two. When we got 2 more, and then 10, and then 12, and then 50, and then 100, and then 200, and then 500. See, that collection of the community, the voice became extremely powerful, and we were starting to be heard. In mathematics, we all know 1 + 1 = 2. But in principle, 1 + 1 = 1,000 or more. So in your work and in your life, don't be afraid to bring in your community or bring in your coworkers, because collectively, as that number and people and the collective rises, so does your voice. And we can actually be heard, and we can actually affect change. I think about being a single mom, and on a dirt road, I'd worry about, what if I had a flat tire? How do I don't have the strength to lift up a car, right? But that's that moment where you get the car jack out and with one hand, you're just like pushing and pushing it up higher and up higher. That's the power of leverage. So never think of that as a bad thing. Leverage is a great tool. It's a good thing, and it can help your cause, your work, the situation, whatever you may be involved in, to be seen and to be heard. The third L is called loyalty, and that is something that I think we oftentimes overlook. So what is loyalty? Well, I could tell you it's your stick-to-itiveness. Loyalty is your commitment to yourself, commitment to your work. It's the obligation. It's the allegiance. It's the follow-through. I don't know if we've lost loyalty somehow over time, but loyalty is so important, and loyalty is that stick-to-itiveness. And the last that I talk about, and maybe you've already figured out what the last L is going to be. It's your why. So do you ever ask yourself, I know I do, I wake up every day, especially as a single mom, 3 kids, didn't have a pot to piss in. Sorry, I don't know what any other way to put it. What is motivating me? Why do all of us get up and participate in sometimes what feels like a rat race? Where do we get our mojo? Why? Oh, I used to drive home from Hinckley thinking the same thing. Why do I do this? I'm not making any money. I don't see my children. But what I learned and what I know, and having children, maybe we all forget. We get up every day because of love. We love our jobs. We love our family. We love our health. We love ourselves. And yes, we can love money. We can love work because we want to have a home. We want to pay that mortgage. We want to love and see our child on their wedding day. I love the fact that I got to be there and basically catch my firstborn grandchild. Everything that we do is born of love of your country, love of freedom. Love is what gets us up. It's what gets us out there. It's what puts us into the fight. And I do worry there's such turmoil right now and such hate and such disruption. And if we can logically listen to ourselves, follow that common sense, stay true to ourselves, bring in your community again, and think about why. What's your motivator? Logic, leverage, loyalty, and love. I've seen it applied. I've seen it worked, not just once, but over and over and over again. There's another program, and I think this is one that's so important today, and I call it RAM. So my mom, because of the word stick-to-itiveness, I decided that I'd go look up the word RAM, which I kind of knew what it meant, but there's a couple of meanings. But it's to do and achieve by moving obstacles out of one's way. What I've clearly learned is more often than not, there's not someone standing in my way. I'm in my own way. So RAM is about realization, assessment, and motivation. So this is where we can start with RAM. That is realization of one's self. Realize the strengths that you do have and accept yourself, flaws and all. This is something I hope we can all get over and has been a huge lesson for me. Yes, I'm a human being. I get in my own way. I feel uncomfortable. I feel self-conscious. Once in a while, that little voice will come back in my head. Nope, you're the dyslexic with the blonde hair and the stilettos and you have no business doing this. And it really becomes about your voice getting bigger than that negative voice and getting it out of your head and realizing that you have the courage, you have the ability to learn and do something and change something and get behind yourself and believe in yourself. This is pivotal. This is where everything begins. Realizing and owning the power of yourself, but also realizing and owning that we have faults, we have flaws, we have vulnerabilities. And instead of thinking that as something is bad, embrace it. That's what makes you who you are. And very hidden strengths can be buried within that. So don't be afraid to realize and uncover the true self, you. That's what's most important. A is about assessments and taking stock and accountability, not in what you have. This isn't assessments or stock of what you have, meaning a car or money in the bank account or how much stock you do or don't have, but taking stock in the character of who you are, taking stock in your courage and your determination, taking stock in your heart and soul and what that fire burns inside of you. And if there's something you don't like about yourself, or you've made that assessment that you want to change, don't be afraid to do it. A matter of fact, this is the moment where I think of it as real estate. Yes, exactly what you do. When you go into a home and let's say it needs a bathroom remodeled and maybe the pool needs a little fixing up, it looks pretty dilapidated, but you're immediately like going, oh, what is this worth? No, we can't do anything. You know better than that. Yes, you can. You can fix the pool. You can put in a new spa. You can take the old carpet out. You could put in a new wood floor. You could do a new paint job. Maybe it could be a little bigger job, maybe something simple as repainting the outside and adding some new rose bushes and changing the curb appeal. Because guess what happens when you do that? The value goes up. And that's exactly what you can do for yourself. Oh my gosh. Do you know every single day of my life, I'm probably tearing down and rebuilding. It's fun. None of us is perfect. So don't be afraid. Don't take stock in the things that you have or the car that you're driving, but take a stock and look inward here and who you are. And if there's something you want to change, so what? Think of it as, again, that real estate transaction, that this property may not seem to be of much value, but with some work and some changes, you bet it can be valuable. Assess who you are. Be accountable for everything you've done, good and or bad, and own it. If you don't like it, you're going to choose to rebuild it, change it, do something. And when you do, that value of who you are will only go up. The last that I talk about in RAM, so we have realize who you are, assess who you are, and we've talked about this just a touch, is motivation. And it all comes down to motivation. And I know that every single one of us knows someone who is talented, but not that successful. We also know someone who is not that talented, we might think, but yet somehow is highly successful. I see that most often. And the difference between the two is the motivation. It's the motivation that drives you and keeps you going out there. As we talked about, in a world that's spinning faster and faster. And as I said, I think the moment has really happened here for us, where we started spinning out so fast. And life was requiring a constant positive message and positive thinking, something that we need to make a habit. And when something negative goes wrong, instead of letting that water, if you will, get inside the ship and sink you, how you can turn that into a positive. I truly understand. And I think that we all do, and we all know this. We're getting tired. The world has been spinning out of control. And I think of it as our computers and the great technology we have. When there's a surge that comes in, we've all experienced it right now, I think, with Zoom and all of these programs we're jumping on our cell phones and everybody coming to the system. That blue circle just starts going like this and spinning and spinning and spinning. And we're like, come on, hurry, process it. But if it can't, boop, there it goes. Interesting. And this analogy comes from during COVID. That's exactly what happened with my computer. It spun. It went dark. It completely crashed. I worry that could happen to us. Maybe we are in the crash. Maybe COVID-19 really came in on us. But we've had a moment here now. And I tell you, I believe in we the people. And I believe we will get through this. And the key to it is going to be, and what may have pushed us to this moment, is self-renewal. We are crazy sons of bitches sometimes, aren't we? And we are running around and we are busy. We just don't stop to take that moment to breathe and reboot, to have self-renewal, to have self-love, to have that moment where, I'll be damned, I'm not picking that phone up. I'm not answering that call. Too much is coming in and I need to regroup. I hope today, and I think, again, as I've said, we're all suddenly in this moment where it just came pushing down on us, that you will remember to, when you get there and you feel that squeeze, for a moment, disconnect, recharge, reboot, whatever that may be. For me and for my work, it has always been about the environment. And I ask people these questions all the time. If you could just close your eyes for a moment and visualize where you might be, and just thought about it for a moment. And then I would say to you, before you open your eyes, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to raise your hand. And the question would be, how many of you are somewhere outside have done this? And when I ask them to open their eyes and they look around the room, everybody's hands up. Go for a walk on the beach. Plant begonias if that's what you want. Go for a round of golf. Don't forget that you count. Take a day at the spa. Stop and be present for a very moment where we are precisely right now. And remember what is good in life. And think about that and focus on that. Take a chance to breathe. Take a chance to sleep. Because when you are self-renewed, you will find your voice. In that moment, you can hear yourself think. You can clear yourself of those negative voices, and you will find the energy and the strength to wake up tomorrow and to move into another day. I've truly learned that when you are armed with logic, leverage, loyalty, love, you find your RAM, and that's that moment and that confidence where you can come in there and push your way through. It will happen when you realize who you are, assess who you are, embrace your flaws and all, and disconnect from the craziness for a moment. And even if we crash, and I think that's where we are, breathe, reboot, get up tomorrow, and get back in that game. That's what's most important. And so, having shared this with all of you, and this is where I want to go over 9 steps that came from the book, Superman's Not Coming, but tag, you're it. We are here. Don't let that be a scary title. It's meant to be a, yes, I got this. Superman's not coming, but I'm here. And so I have a little slideshow. I don't know, is it up? Because I can't see it. Are you going to send me a text, somebody, and tell me that the little slideshow is up? I hope it is. I'm going Okay, I'm going to assume that it's there. So the first step, and we've kind of been over this, but it's told in a little different way. Consider this your invitation. I hope, oh my gosh, that scared the out of me. It was my alarm. I'm getting close to my time to stop so I can get through the 9 steps quickly. Consider this your invitation. I believe people email me all the time because they're looking for permission to act. If we're all here today and if there's anything in your head that you feel you need permission to act or permission to get involved or permission to speak up or permission for yourself, I got this and I can do it. You've called the right person or maybe you've called the wrong person because I'm going to give you permission to do that. But what we really need and what I've really learned is we're looking for support. So I hope that the first step you'll take today is consider this opportunity, your invitation to get involved. 2, know your power. Knowledge is power. And oftentimes we might not know a bit of information, but don't be afraid to do that. In the book, we share community after community after community who made it their job to know their power, to know their information. My gosh, use Google to its fullest. It is out there. Ask a question, research, take the steps to make a difference. And the best way to do that is know your power, find that knowledge, and utilize it. 3, get curious. I don't think I need to go any further with this one because I already told you I was curious about the box, and in it, the whole Hinckley case sat there because it was in real estate files. You have the gift, I know you do, to go out there and get curious. Superman's Not Coming is about the water, but the water's a metaphor, and it could be applied to anything that you're doing or any cause that you have. We will need to take the right steps to take the anger, the frustration, and the self-doubt and turn it into action. Never be afraid to get curious and ask that question. Step 4 is separate fact from fiction and deception. Don't be afraid, over and over again, to ask those questions, to talk to others, go to meetings. Go to city council meetings. The women of Hannibal did that. Oh my gosh, because see, here again is that self-doubt. They thought, I could never run for city council. I'm not this or that. Oh my gosh, you should get involved at city council. So many rules and permits and things happen right there in your own backyard. Get in there, find out fact from fiction. Go, because half the time those city council members have no idea what might be going on with you or in your neighborhood unless you come and talk to them. So separate fact from fiction. And yes, sometimes there is deception in there, but you can weed that out. Step 5 is speak the truth and publicize it. Find allies across industry. Rally support from your community to get change enacted. Speak the truth and publicize it. Put the pressure on. Start a petition. Get online. Do a change.org. Engage social media. I have had through Facebook, through Twitter, through Instagram, more people who moved away from each other, graduated from high school, found each other again, realized that something common was going on, and they get out there. Social media can be for good because it's a platform and you can reach more people. Put the pressure on. Find those that can help you garner and lift your cause and your message. Step 7 is shield yourself. In a situation of the book where we talk about a water crisis, you need to shield yourself in many ways from a whole lot of things. That will come from getting knowledge, requesting information, making it your job to find out. You can't protect yourself if you don't know, in fact, what's going on. Step 8, no more no's. Continue to press elected officials to be honest. Keep that line of communication open. No more no's. No more just kicking something down the road. And last, and this is where I close out, and it's the greatest message of all today: celebrate. Celebrate and honor who you are. Celebrate and honor the courage that it's taken for you to get where you are today. Celebrate and honor even your mistakes. This is a moment to celebrate who you are. And I hope as I check out tonight virtually that you know I'm there, or you'll always hear these words of encouragement or wisdom. But please honor and have the courage and celebrate who you are, where you've come, and now that you have tools on where it is you're going to go. I had the privilege of passing the Olympic torch. I was terrified. I'm telling you, I didn't know where to go, what to do. What if I drop it? It's going to be embarrassing. I'm on national TV. I was all excited. I was like, all over the place like this. And the day it happened, and I was standing there and it was raining and the cameras were there and people were excited. I'm thinking, where do I go? I don't know what to do. How am I going to make all this happen? I think we all get like that. And somebody from the committee came up next to me and they said, okay, get running. And I started running a little and they're like, you can go a little faster and slow it down. And it's okay. Get ready. The torch is coming. Get ready. The torch is coming, everybody. And I was like, oh my God. They're like, turn around, grab it. I did not know what to do. I'm like, I'm going to drop it. But I had like, grab it, Aaron. And I grabbed that torch. And I'm going to tell you when I did, it was like, yes, I know where I'm going. And that's what I hope you know. Don't be afraid to get in the game. Don't be afraid to grab that torch, because you may not know where you're going, but the minute you own it and grab it, you will know where you are going. And you will become that person. You know who you are. Don't be afraid to be just you. So I think I've run out of my time, and I hope you had a good time. I hope we have some inspiration, and I think I have 15 minutes. I'm trying not to look at my phone for questions, and I think we're at that question moment, and somebody was going to text me if you have any questions, because if you don't, I'll answer a few for you, because I know somebody's going to ask, did you marry the biker dude? No, I didn't. But let me say this about that. Had the real biker dude looked anything like the guy in the film, I would have never kicked him out. Because, yeah, Aaron Eckhart is a hottie. There you go. So I answered that question for you. And I don't know if there's any more. Any questions out there? Is anyone? So we're all good. Okay, well, I'm hoping somebody's still there. This is the moment of the virtual world. Hello, are you there? If there aren't any questions, I think this is where I end and I say goodbye. Okay. Okay, so if there's no questions, I'm at the end of my conversation, and may I wish you all well. And I thank you for your time. What a unique virtual experience. And I hope you wake up tomorrow fired up and ready to go have another great day and make the successes in your life happen. So thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. In California, please be safe. I know we're all experiencing the fires, and take care of yourself.
Thank you for joining us today at Rexpo. We'll see you next year.